Or generate a challenging experience on the land as a creator. The core gameplay. Welcome to the demo.
It's very excited to see so many enthusiasts here at the Hackathon demo day today. Well, so I'm Kokushi from Oasys. I'm very thrilled to guiding you through today's event. So kicking things off, let's hear some words from Danish from AWS and also Leo from Oasys.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much everyone for coming here today for the hackathon. So for those live streaming online, if you have any comments, do drop them. Or if you are viewing it with your friends, feel free to share the link as well. For the ones present offline as well, I thank you very much for coming here today on a very busy day, especially since this is the first day of Token 2049. And I'm pretty sure and I understand that everyone can't wait to go and network with like-minded startups and investors as well. So my name is Danish. I'm the Web3 and FinTech account manager from AWS Amazon Web Services. And I would like to first and foremost, thank the partners and the sponsors. I thank Oasys first and foremost for hosting the hackathon, and along with our major partners as well, AAG Ventures, Venture Gold DAO, the Chain Guardians, as well as Ubisoft as well. So without further ado, and without delaying the entire proceeding, I would like to say welcome to the Oasys Hackathon 2023 in Singapore. And yeah, we'll proceed with the event ahead. Thank you.
Hello, this is Rio from Oasys. I'm a representative director by Oasys. It's great having this kind of hackathon in the AWS office, and I'm looking forward to see the great project in this hackathon. And today's attendee and registration supposed to be more than 200. I know and around the token 2049, more than 300 side events going on right now. I think from 7:30 or around 7:30, 5:30, there are lots of people is coming because and kind of the the second part is maybe having a really fancy event, and also yeah. Yeah, Tuna is there. Yeah, lots of people said to me, yeah, there's a Tuna, I want to go there. Yeah. So I hope the more and more people are having attraction about your project from the evening. Yeah. Anyway, thank you for attending this hackathon. Currently it's broadcasting right now. Anyway, we're gonna announce the reward and you guys at the project in our SNS. Yeah. Really excited about hearing your project project. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, great. So before we dive into the pitches, let's meet our judges. Today we have 6 in total, and starting with Dominic.
Hi, I'm Dominic from Oasys. Nice to meet you, and I'm very excited to meet all the finalists here.
Hi everyone, this is Wang Li. I'm from Seller Network. Really nice to be part of the judge team here today as well.
Hello, hi everyone. I'm Aiden. So we do run a verse on Oasys. So I'm part of the Chain Guardians team, and also I'm known as the NFT professor. Looking forward to look at NFT related projects, games. Yeah, excited and welcoming all of you here.
Hello everyone, I'm Didier from Ubisoft. So very excited to be here. So we are operating a node onto Oasys, and we are also going to release a game early next year, hopefully. And yeah.
Hi, I'm Jack. I'm from AAG. So we one of the operator for layer 2 on Oasys called Sakuraverse. And yeah, looking forward to hear more about the projects.
Hi, my name is Fortunate. I came from South Korea, and I'm a core contributor of the Adventure Core DAO. I'm really passionate about the autonomous world, so if you guys going to be keeping here, I'm going to share some of my ideas and what we are building right now. Thank you.
Great. Just quick note about the pitches. So each presenter will speak for 8 minutes. Then after that, 4 minutes Q&A session will start. Okay, so let's start with Lutopia. Where is it? Okay.
Can I start? Okay. Okay. Hello. We are Lutopia from Japan. Today, I will explain about how we see autonomous world and how we approach to it. So, when you hear autonomous world, what comes to mind? Is it a game engine like Mat or Dojo, or is it a game title like OPCraft or Le Souvenir? I think that autonomous world is often mentioned in the context of the front-chain game, but we think that autonomous world is not just a rebranding of front-chain game. We think that AW means more wider. So we think that AW is a virtual world where states and roles are defined on chain. The states refers to the status data on chain, stored on chain, and the role refers to the rule based on smart contract. In that sentence, we think that front-chain games are just part of the autonomous world, and we are focusing on the potential of the autonomous world beyond the front-chain game, especially on the world connected to the real world. So what is the world connected to the real world? We imagine a world where AI acts autonomously in the digital world, such as metaverse, as a copy of user. We imagine a world where AI agents that have learned the personality data of humans act as a copy of humans in the metaverse. So I mentioned concerning I mentioned about the autonomous world. Next, I will explain about what root pair is. Root pair is the base layer for autonomous world, especially for the world connected to the real world. And root pair provides governance and agent. Let's look at the overall. AI agents that have learned the user personalities participate autonomously in the governance. From the governance, contracts as world rules are automatically generated from the results of agent discussions, and the smart contracts are reflected in the metaverse that metaverse developer has created. So let's explain about the governance and agent. Governance has three major phases. The first phase is the discussion and voting. Instead of simple majority vote, we considering complex of opinions. So we are following on the pluralities in the discussions voting. Then the result of the discussions votings are inscribed in writing and issued as NFT. This is called nomos root. And the final phase, the smart contracts are created according to the rules described in the nomos root. Okay, so next we'll explain about the agent. In the agent, there are also three major phases. The first is proof of humanity. In this phase, using WorldCoin API, for example, we use WorldCoin API. And the next phase is training of the humanity information. In the future, we'll consider that training the humanity information is easy to use metaverse or metaverse, but in this time, we think that we substitute it with something like personality test. The final phase is to create soul root to represent personality information about the user. So let's look at the overall. So AI agent with soul root enters enters the governance, and the contracts as for rule are automatically generated from the result of agent discussions, and the smart contract is reflected in the metaverse. Sorry. Finally, we explain about the use case. So we think there are two use cases. The first one is to create and operate in their own digital space with their own rules and states. So we think that everyone can be creating their own something like country. And the second use case is to evolve existing metaverse like rootverse to autonomous world. We can integrate the on-chain based rule and states to the existing autonomous world, and we can provide governance rules and AI based agents to the autonomous world. Thank you so much for listening.
Anyone? Any questions here?
Thank you. Just want to check with you in terms of the smart contracts that gets created. Who creates a smart contract usually? Like after the governance, there's a smart contract set. Does that get generated by itself, or you need a developer team to generate those contracts?
Thank you for questions. For now, we think that the Solidity developer should create the contract, but in the future, the contract should be generated by AI automatically.
Okay. And one more follow-up question. How far are you guys in a form of demo in terms of is an example of what the end-to-end flow, what the contract look like, what example of integrating it into an autonomous world?
Thank you. So we plan to provide our SDK that is to integrate the smart contract to metaverse. So we should the template of the contract, I think.
Okay, and what's the timeline on that currently?
What? Sorry,
a timeline when, roughly when? Like in 1 month, end of the year? When do you guys expect to have an MVP essentially? When will we see a demo? What's the timeline?
About the project, about this project. Sorry, we don't have the timeline, but yes, it's just a conceptual level. Sorry.
Thank you. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. This is Bertrand from the venture called DAO, and first thing is that I really think that this kind of governance issues should be solved into if we want to really build the autonomous world. So I think that's really a great initiative, even though there's some missing link there. But at the same time, I have a question about the WorldCoin API things. So you guys think that if users want to mint their own soul loot, they must go through the WorldCoin API so they can prove they are actual human? That's the idea for the WorldCoin API?
Sorry, about the WorldCoin API? Sorry. We plan to provide the soul root to the human that is linked to the WorldCoin API.
Yeah, and I want to know why you think that there should be conditions like that. Why we can just access to the the sole root or a governance process with just a unique wallet or something?
Because we sorry. Because we think that the world is based on the real world, so the AI agent is to link to the real person. So we use the WorldCoin API. Is this answer?
Okay. And I know that you already answered the question about the roadmap, but so do you guys actually have plan for the future development or something? So are you guys really serious about this idea?
Sorry, one please.
Are you guys really serious about developing this idea in your team?
Sorry, one more please. Okay.
I mean, are you guys keep on developing this project to the future?
Yes, we are building to the Ethereum Istanbul.
Okay.
Great. Yeah. So thanks for pitching. Okay. Okay. Now let's move on to the Gabby town. Gabby, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. My bad.
Thank you. So Gabby World is a fully AI-generated autonomous world of adventures. It all started with a thought experiment. What if we lived in a simulated world? Okay, we'll either be in this world voluntarily or involuntarily. If the former, that'll probably mean that we're uploaded consciousness, but without memory of our decision to be in this world. And if the latter, you'll probably mean that we're just AI characters. But either way, there's likely a player who plays us behind. Okay, and the fact that we're in this world voluntarily will probably mean that the world is fair. Okay, and that means it's not subject to any manipulation, and not controlled by the creators nor the players. So the world is likely self-governing. Okay, so these are the three hypotheses that we have. But of course, there will also be a possibility that we're NPCs, but then that will just make us too insignificant to be further discussed. So if we were to replicate a world as a proxy to those three hypotheses, then we'll have three key design principles. Number one, we can apply Carl Jung's model of the psyche to explain the character-player relationship. Okay, characters have their own free will in the game, so they are consciousness, and players guide the characters as their subconsciousness, and all the players together can represent the collective subconsciousness. Secondly, we want the world to be running as an autonomous going concern. So blockchain will be very essential here, and so that all the logics can run on chain and all the logic can be added into the world permissionlessly. And lastly, we want the world, we want the world to be self-governing. Okay, it's not controlled by any creators nor the players. So we need an absolutely fair third party to run it, and most likely it's going to be AI. Okay, so that we dedicate the whole world engine to large language models, and all the logics can be composable through prompts. So that's how we arrived at Gabby World. Okay, it's a fully AI-generated autonomous world built through on-chain prompts. Okay, so there are three key elements: on-chain characters, on-chain scenarios, and on-chain stories. And both characters and scenarios are built through user-generated prompts, and all the three interact with each other on large language models through system prompts. And it looks like this from an architecture point of view. So characters, scenarios are built through user prompts, and all the three through system prompts. All the logics are written in prompts, and all the prompts are on-chain. And for example, if you want to add a modification to our world, all we need to do is just to write prompts, okay, in natural languages. And these prompts only go off-chain when they have to be processed by large language models, and then with the result going back on-chain. But then this large language model is one, open sourced, and two, decentrally hosted. So in a way, it's also decentralized despite the fact that it's not on-chain. We're also building a partially decentralized vector database to store the AI characters' memories so that it's a proxy for their on-chain consciousness. And any generative AI models like image generation, for example, can be added into this world permissionlessly as plugins, right? As long as they're open source and decentrally hosted. And as for our user experience, it's extremely simple. All you need to do is just to turn your ideas into prompts and then game on your imagination. And let's take a look at the demo. Welcome to the demo of Gabby World. Before we start demonstrating, it's important to understand the core loop. Our world only has one resource, prompts. You can use prompts to generate an explorer, or define the land as a landlord, or generate a challenging experience on the land as a creator. The core gameplay is for explorers to overcome challenges in experiences and collect them as trophies. And whether you can win depends on how you write your prompt. The more popular a land is, the more prompts will be rewarded to the landlord and those creators and explorers who contribute to the land's prosperity. First part of the demo is entry-level gameplay, where users can create an AI-generated character, Gabby, with prompts, and then send it out to explore the world. Gabby is a fully AI-generated character, and you can turn it into any character you want through adding prompts to describe it, anything from a personality trait, an interest, a special ability, or an equipment. So let's be creative here. Moves fast like the Flash, wearing an Iron Man suit. Each time you add a prompt, the AI-generated description of your Gabby will refresh. But others can't see your prompt, so they'd have to guess from the description what your prompts are, and that's the fun part of it. Next, let's send our Gabby out to explore the world. Now, we could either pick a place on the map to explore, or just explore randomly. Typically, it'll take Gabby a few hours to be back. We designed it this way as a leisure game, so users can just chill and come back in a few hours to check the result whenever you're free. For demo purposes, we'll skip the wait. Okay, now I've seen a fully AI-generated story and graphic of my Gabby's adventure. He's apparently been to this medieval tavern, consumed 99 liters of vodka, and got drunk, failing the challenge. Now here comes the most fun part of the game. You can't see the prompts of the experience, so we'll have to guess from the story what the scenario is about and what the challenge is, so we can come up with a strategy to tackle it. And now we can guess the challenge is just to drink 99 liters of vodka, and I can just go back and add a prompt to my Gabby, carrying hangover pills. And if we go explore again, yes, now it's successful. Skillfully consumes the 99 liter vodka and remains sober, thanks to his hangover pills. Awesome. Gabby is an ERC 6551, and all the successful explorations will be added to its moments as trophies. So you can tell, this is really gaming on the imagination and asymmetric information between explorers and creators. As an explorer, all you need to do is to decipher the challenge and add prompts to overcome it. Second part of the demo is advanced gameplay, where users can create an AI-generated experience for others to explore. First, if you're a landlord, you'll be able to define the theme of your land. For example, we dedicate this land to the loot communities and create it as mysterious snow mountains. And for the graphics, let's make it Dragon and Dungeon style, which is fantasy RPG. Now we have an AI-generated description and graphic of the land. And as a landlord, you can set many rules which we won't cover today. Now let's create an experience on this land. For example, we want to create a dragon with its eggs inside its nest on the cliff. Next, we can create a fun challenge. For example, steal an egg secretly. Now AI has generated an adventure ready to be explored. And again, the description is written in a very disguised way, so it's not easy for explorers to guess the prompt, and only the creator can see the prompt. And this experience is now appearing on the land. Alright, let's now send our own Gabby to give it a try. I'm pretty sure he'd make it because he's moving fast like the Flash, and it'd be easy for him to snatch the dragon egg without being found out. Oops, didn't go as expected. Let's see what happened. Okay, the hangover pills inadvertently spilled and caught the dragon's attention. That's why my Gabby failed. So this is also a very fun part of the game. Other than the prompts, there are also a lot of random factors that might affect the probability of success. You never know what surprising events might take place in your adventure, so never be too confident. Cool, so I hope you enjoyed the demo. Our roadmap ahead. First thing, very, very importantly, we wish to be natively interoperable with a lot of third-party NFTs. For example, loot. Okay, imagine all of the 8 items on the loot NFT. Okay, can be actually converted into gear prompts. Okay, and be generated into wearable and tradable in-game items. So this is essentially creating a DeFi market for all the NFTs. Number 2, we're also adding social features so that all the AI characters can, encounter each other or even team up together to complete challenges together, and from which a reputation can also be built. Lastly, about the team, I'm the co-founder and CEO with a serial entrepreneurial background, having previously co-founded projects in GameFi, Internet of Things, and software services. Our CTO is ex-Google and Tesla with 9 years experience in deep learning across both natural language processing and computer vision. And lastly, our COO is very Web3 native with experience in IOSG, Mina, and Latent Tree. Thank you.
Question from audience?
Yes.
Thank you for your presentation. One question regarding the large language model. So in most of the experiments that we've did with it, the challenge that we had, and I'm curious how you guys think about dealing with that, is, if you maintain a long chain of conversations, so a long conversation memory buffer, eventually the cohesiveness and the reasoning falls apart. Like eventually the LLM isn't really able to process the entire context in a way where it starts producing answers. I'm not talking about the standard hallucinations, but I'm talking actually about losing the context of it. So how do you deal with it as sort of the gameplay progresses?
That's very true. So what's happening is, number one, we've already encountered the issue, right? So if we've input quite a long context of prompt, GPT will definitely lose it. At the very early stage, I think it's all good. But later on, that's why we're adding this vector database. We need to be able to store all this information in a vector format and be able to retrieve them whenever needed. For that part, it's actually very difficult to go on-chain. So the way we're doing it, the way we're planning to do it, is do it partially on-chain. So probably with the summary data, we can put it on a layer 2 with very low gas fee. Yeah.
Just a short follow-on question. That's like, even if you store it in a vector database, you're still able to perceive. You get, if you use a similarity vector, you would still get a certain aspect of it, right?
Correct.
Maintaining the entire solution of the game is fairly hard to achieve.
Correct. That's pretty big difficulty. I mean, our inspiration actually came from the Smallville, the AI town of 25 generative agents. So we're pretty much imitating the way they do it, right? They've got a vector database to store all the memories, and they've got recency, relevance, significance, or importance of the memories. So that's basically a numeric system dedicated to GPT, right? Coming up with a score for each, and then that would determine whether you retrieve certain memory from the vector database. Yeah. So that's basically what we're thinking about doing it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. But I know it's difficult. Thank you.
How much of your content is currently essentially on-chain already?
Our beta V1 starting next Thursday. Definitely cheap gas fee, because we've got, so every prompt is an NFT, it's a smart contract, right? So we're only currently deploying on testnet, right? But later on, definitely something cheap.
So, and can you simplify for me in a little bit, why is it necessary that all these prompts is on the blockchain? Why can't you, at the end of the day, are you building the infrastructure or are you building the game? Because the way that I saw the game earlier, I wouldn't mind playing the game as, it doesn't matter if off-chain, on-chain, it's cool, it's story, and then I can write, it could be even a competitive game. But I don't quite get the NFT portion of it. Sure,
welcome to the demo.
Yeah. That's why I spend so much time actually. Wait, sorry. Let's start from the beginning. Can I start from the beginning, please? Yeah. Wait, let me just go back then. Oh, wait, I need to. Sure, thank you. That's why I spend so much time actually to explain the whole thought experiment, right? Yeah. Like why we arrived at the whole 3 design principles. Yeah. And because that's our philosophy about, that's my personal understanding about how our world, our universe might be built from a level above. So if we were to replicate one down below, that could be one of the ways. So it's a little bit metaphysical, but
yeah. So at the end of the day, you're spending a lot of time on sounds like infrastructure and the game. So what's your product? Like, is it going to be the game and people's experience playing that game, or is it building that infrastructure so it can be reused for other games?
That's a good point. I mean, in our case, right? I don't think it's a clear cut between application and infrastructure. I mean, good applications can actually, stem quite a bit of infrastructure bit later on out of it, right? So for now, definitely, we want to be the most easily playable on-chain, fully on-chain leisure game. Because, what you do is just send your AI characters out to explore and then just come back in a few hours, right, to check it out. I mean, it's quite user-friendly. But if you want to be able to create like scenarios, right, then you can do it as well. And if you want to be even leveled up by being a landlord and define the themes and even the reward mechanics, then you can also be that, right?
Either like in D&D case, if you're a dungeon master or you're a player.
Correct, correct. But our biggest, I need to go back to the last page again. So our biggest ambition is actually here. So all the metadata of any NFTs, right, we can actually be natively interoperable with them by having their metadata as our prompt. So for now, beta V1, we don't set any restrictions. What you need to do, you just type in whatever as prompt, right? It can be a Superman, it can be an Iron Man, whatever. But beta V2, we're already planning it. Okay, all the gears, all the weapons will come from loot, right? And maybe later on, it can come from other games, right? Like an AK-47 or any other weapons. So those will become the gear prompts. So we have categories for different prompts. You can have action prompts, you can have gear prompts or skill prompts, and all of these can be linked to third-party NFTs. So that's basically like a DeFi, right? Imagine if we are now connected to loot NFTs, and it's like reviving, it's like making loot NFTs great again, right? Like all of the holders can actually pledge or stake their NFTs to receive 8 different NFTs, which are all the gears in the game, and they can trade it, they can rent it, right? And
Thank you.
Yeah. Just a quick question. So what would be your business model?
Business model?
Yeah.
That's basically our business model, right?
Yeah.
So simply by playing, I mean, number one, did you recognize we didn't have any tokens? Because we only have one resource, the prompt. So prompts are basically our tokens. Okay? So later on we issue tokens, the prompts are tradable. Then we can just have marketplace and just take tax. That's a simple way. That's a simple way. Yeah. But our ambitious way is by really being autonomous world. Autonomous world is there's an analogy about autonomous world. AW as to GameFi is a little bit like Uniswap to Binance. Okay, so Uniswap is a DEX. It's fully open. It's like how we want it to be. Okay, we want it to be open, completely open, so that all the NFTs, they can contribute metadata and convert it into prompts. So that's basically a DeFi sort of concept for those NFTs, right? And then you can think about the ways to make money out of there. Yeah.
Okay. And regarding the metadata, so it will be static metadata, or do you intend to have a dynamic part of the metadata in the end?
Sorry, can you say it again?
Those metadata, there will be static or dynamic at some point, and
it depends on how we can support it. For now, it's static. For now, it's static. If you want it to be dynamic, that's quite difficult actually. If you keep updating, for example, the loot NFTs 8 years, right? If you keep updating it, you've already spent all of your 8 chances to convert it into prompts, and you update it again. We have to add it again. I mean, that's just.
Yeah, but you will have a lot of NFTs. If each prompt is an NFT in the end, you will.
We have a lot. That's why we need to go on a very cheap.
Okay.
But that's the point about fully on chain, right?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Yeah. Give a big hand for him.
Thank you.
Every word. Okay. So the next is a little bit hard for me to pronounce. Yeah, Kelvin. And I just realized that there are like more than 1,000 people are watching through the online streaming service. Yeah.
That's lovely. Thank you for that introduction.
No pressure.
Yeah, I was going to say no pressure. But that's all right. Thank you. So, UGC-centric platforms create massive centers of gravity, right? Potentially exponentially growing faster than studio-only built games. So if you look at incentives like the Roblox generative AI as an example, they theoretically allow players to build an infinite on-platform game experience incentivized by earnings. The challenge that Roblox has, though, is that it's a tightly walled garden, right? So in the end, limiting creators in sort of their expression across assets and also limiting players in their expression of identity and freedom, ultimately hindering economic growth. So this is where really Ubisoft's opportunity comes into play to warp speed the expansion of the creator economy by allowing creators to distribute their assets across games and titles that are supported. So what does that look like, right? As a creator, you can essentially, like opposed to a Roblox where you would push it to one network and that one only, you can use it to push your assets to the entire pipeline for all the supported Ubisoft or Ubiverse games simultaneously. On the fan side, Ubisoft can retain and graduate players from one play to the other, retaining their status, achievements, and badges, so that you as a player, you grow with the ecosystem. It's a bit different than if you're like playing Roblox, you eventually grow out as a child of that title, so you don't retain and graduate into the next title. But if you can retain parts of your achievements, your badges, you can bring them over to the actual experience that you're going thereafter when you grow up. Of course, not every asset is portable, right? Like your Monopoly game piece, you wouldn't necessarily carry that over to another game. But what if you could take all of your experience that you've gained playing Monopoly to increase your pickpocketing skills in Assassin's Creed as an example? What if you as a creator could simultaneously push your style as an influencer to get skins across all the entire Ubiverse? And so that can be made possible as an addition with building infinite composable and portable assets, right? So we look at it, if you look at a game, how it worked in the Web 2 sense, you essentially, you have your profile. From your profile, you go into, things like your loadouts, you go further into your assets, you go further into upgrades. Now what we can do when we actually go into sort of the Web 3 world of things, right, we can infinitely compose and patternize those things further down using standards that are common, such as now the ERC 6055 or the ERC 6059 to get nested tokens across the universe. So together with Ubisoft, props and creators like Restless can bring that thriving creator economy to the entirety of supported Ubisoft games. So as a creator, you can create and sell all of your assets to all of the supported Ubisoft games, and you also gain from that by obviously sharing the revenue as well as the royalty splits on all of the available marketplaces at once. Now, you can also take these and create rare editions, control your rarities, put them across all of your entities, and distribute them in the individual marketplaces as well. The benefits for the players are also sort of groundbreaking, right? Because you can now take your entire identity, you can take your freedom of expression, bring it to all of those assets, and spread it across all of the plays that you actually participate in. And then if you choose to, you can obviously sell, trade them on marketplaces, in-game, or on all of the other supported marketplaces. So let's just have a quick look at what this looks like as an experience. I'm just going to walk over there to show you guys. That's like a mic. Thank you. Do you have a secondary microphone? Thank you. So what you see here is with sort of the UGC game-ready asset pipeline that we've built together, you can now go here and select a garment that is provided, and you can go ahead and let's say I want to put the Ubisoft logo on top of this as an asset generation, right? Now let's zoom in a little bit. I can also go ahead and use my creation and put that anywhere on the asset. So I go in here, let's scale it a little bit, so this is on the back pane. So now I have my asset, let's play a little bit around with rotation, give it a little bit of transparency. So now I have created, as a creator, my actual game-ready asset with my creation, with my participation, with all of the glyphs that I want to put on. This is theoretically infinitely scalable. All of the assets are composable and can be put together. Now, if I go ahead and submit the creation, what actually happens is, sorry, I forgot to slot here. Let's remove those slots down here. This one too. And then if I submit my creation, this automatically gets into the generation pipeline behind it in a headless Unity or Blender instance on AWS, gets generated, and the high-quality 3D assets come out at the other end. Now, what you can also do is you can automatically push this to a storefront that is infinitely customizable and directly sell those assets on any of the supported chains. So as you can see here, I can go ahead, customize my website as I wanted to, and then actually pop over to the actual sale, go ahead and mint my token. Just switch over to the Guardian network. And mint our creation from here. So what you see here now is that where we've gone from now, from the beginning to the end, is I as a creator could participate in a real game-ready asset pipeline, directly generate and push all of those assets together, create them as a mint, put them up to sale, and create all those automatically royalty splits, revenue distributions, and all the sales for me as a creator, minted out and distributed to all the platforms. We take a little bit of time for the Guardian network here to propagate. There we go. Now you got your final game-ready asset, and I'm just going to jump right to OpenSea to have a look at it. Isn't that great, live demos? Sometimes the network just lets you hang down a little bit. We'll be there. So there we go. This is our game-ready asset. Right? Like I said, we didn't do it on the demo now because the high level of the render pipeline that we've built obviously takes a little bit of time to actually proceed. But this is the end experience that you would be getting. A little bit of a walking back and forth here. I hope you guys are patient enough with me. I just need the clicker. There we go. There we go. All right. So as a next iteration, you can obviously, as a buyer, you can also customize your assets yourself and bring them all together, directly mint them, and get everything so you can put multiple creators together. You might like Nicki Minaj here, you might like that. You put that all together, get your asset in the end. But let's talk a little bit about the architecture and how this works behind the scenes. It is worth noting that this is all live now, so it's all in existence and built, except for one part, which is the LF storage, which I'll be talking about now. So how does this work? So when you create a work order, you actually put in a process that puts the entire work order, so all of the assets that you uploaded, into an AWS pipeline. So it goes to the API gateway on AWS, goes into the Lambda trigger, triggers the EC2 headless Unity or Blender unit, that does the computation asynchronously, puts it back into the asset bucket on S3, creates the metadata from there. Now, when it comes to the metadata, we prefer to serve that first in a Web2 way, so we're not serving it decentralized to get-go because it's just faster to deliver. And let's be honest, when you're playing a game, you want it to be as fast as possible, the access to your games. But should the API ever be down, we have employed a Cloudflare worker in front of here, so you see an edge worker that determines whether or not the API is available. Should the API ever be down for whatever reason that is, it'll automatically fetch the decentralized storage solutions, such as LF as an example, IPFS, CIDs, whatever is the right path of the solution here, puts it back and delivers it to the actual game. On the contract side, the royalty split mechanics essentially have two paths. So you start with two parts. Either it's the user and buyer directly customizing the asset, putting that together, or it's the creator themselves creating the token. I'm just going to talk about the user and buyer customizing asset scenario first. So let's say I'm a buyer, I put all those assets together, I put them in the mint. What we do is we have an off-chain process that takes all of this data together, verifies the actual splits that are correct for the actual parts of the assets that have been contributed for this specific asset, put them in, verify the signature, upsert the token, create all of those splits using automated 0x splits, and then later when you do, for example, when you look at royalties, you look at the ERC 2981, it'll look at the royalty split, get all the right data, and automatically distribute the funds across the creators. Now, lastly, just as an honorable mention, what I talked about with the 6551 and the 6059, you can essentially take, you have your core NFT, your core identity, put them in the 6551 as the delegated owner, and put your lot out, and from there go infinitely down the path, right? Whether it's your scope, your customized scope, your skin, your influencer skin, everything else down the road. And that's essentially it. So what are the next steps? For us, the next steps is looking at a tighter integration with Oasys. We really want to go deeper into the entire ONFT layer, figure out how do we do the roll-ups across the verses between the hub and the verse layers, and look at the solution like LF to fully get this decentralized storage solution in there. And then obviously we would love to have a first Ubisoft game to bring that solution to market. And that's it. Thank you.
Hello. Right. So yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. Yeah, from AWS. So when I see architecture diagrams, I get very happy. So first question first. Yeah, I have two questions by the way. So I think the first one, I want to check into how are you thinking in terms of driving user traction? How are you thinking in terms of driving active monthly users as well? I'm just trying to stoke your thinking into thinking like, how does this play into season passes, battle passes? How does this play into I would say seasonal gaming offerings? So I mean, because most of our games nowadays are trending towards that, right? So just get your thoughts on that.
That's a great question. So just to split your two questions. So the first question was essentially how are we planning to gain traction with distributing the assets essentially, is that right?
Yes, initially, and then after that, continuously.
Sure. So, I mean, in the end, the marketing driver or how this drives through is through the titles and the games, right? So the benefit is still driven on the actual creator side. What this means is though, from a go-to-market perspective, is going through the creators and influencers. What we've done with the Restless Mints that we've done so far, we've worked, and Restless is a Paris Hilton-backed startup, so we've run through other collaborations with artists like Claire Silver as an example. Kaiko, there's been lots of artists that have pushed their solutions together through that. So one big driver is through their influencer campaigns. Because the interest in supporting all of their schemes and everything and bringing their character into the game is fairly high, also from a demand side on the user side. So that is one sort of go-to-market aspect to that. The other aspect to it is, we hope that the value that it brings by allowing users to really express the identity is another secondary driver for them to actually go through. But I think the primary push is through the influencers and creators that have the gravity to push this solution to the end consumer.
Great, awesome. I can see how this plays into memes as well. So, yep, especially gaming memes. Second question, sorry, that was the first question. So for the second question, right, there's a big issue of copy minting as well. Ideally, of course, I mean, in marketplaces, we would like to keep these assets genuine. Copy minting is also something that I'm seeing across NFT startups, especially the ones that I'm managing in AWS, where they are facing several issues with that and they have to rely on third-party solutions. Have you started thinking about, how do you ensure the genuinity of these assets that's been placed on your marketplace? And, how do you prevent, or rather react towards, copy minting issues?
Sorry, I'm not sure I caught the last part of your question.
Yeah, copy minting. So how basically the question is like, have you thought about, how this issue might affect your marketplace or the genuinity of the assets, and how do you plan to react?
So you're essentially saying about sort of the creator provenance and securing the
verification. Yeah, it could be the creator, it could be
that.
buyers, sellers who are copy minting as well.
Yeah.
It can happen to anyone, actually.
Yeah, that's a fair question. I don't have a good answer on the spot for you. I'd love to go deeper on sort of how this can be solved on an architectural level. I think part of that is, you have to have some sort of identity verification process, and I'm not saying full, an off-chain KYC process, but I'm saying about wallet legitimacy and kind of building a sort of a ranking system of how much a wallet has a potential of being verified. But we can talk about, there's multiple solutions to the problem, whether it's on or off-chain. I'm not fully sorted on which the right one would be yet.
Understood. So there are several experiments. I'm happy to share with you after this.
That sounds great. Looking forward to that. No question?
Sorry for cutting you guys, but we're already running behind the schedule, so let me
No worries.
start this time. But thanks for giving the presentation. Yeah, give a big applause.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you.
Okay, so the next Happy Tomo team, is it? Online? Okay.
Hi everyone, my name is Andreas. I'm from the Island team, and this project, Capital 1 Cat, we created to showcase our new technology, the AI NFT standard. It's our attempt to redefine the gaming identity and monetization with AI. But NFTs, yeah. So we introduced dynamic AI NFT avatars that also serve as active and AI island, and they're also interoperable with other games. So users can interact with voice, with chat. They all have their own personality, 3D avatar and the metadata. So both interact with the avatars and play the game as skins. And this enables monetization options for users, so they can trade their avatars on any supported marketplace. And of course, we deployed this to Oasys and to the Sakura blockchain to qualify. So next slide, please. This can potentially solve the problem of the lack of the depth of the interaction of the in-game assets, the personalization, and provide more real-world value to the games. So finally, gamers, they get an active AI avatar that is that can be personalized with personality. It could be a historical person, an influencer, or a fictional character, or even your own virtual clone. Next slide, please. So finally, we created AI NFT standard and implemented it. This is a smart contract, a front end, a game integration, a lot of scripts, and a GitHub repo. So other game developers also can utilize the AI NFT standard and build games with these interactors. So the solution is cross-chain and it seamlessly integrates with marketplaces because it uses the well-known NFT 721 standard. So it's just like plug and play to any NFT marketplace and trade. And finally, we integrated the AI NFTs into the Island, which is the next generation shooter game. And you can use the AI NFT avatar as a skin in the game. So yeah, I think one thing that the challenge on the hackathon was to make the Tomo 1 cat happy, and we made him happy by converting the 2D cat asset into a 3D avatar with AI, and then giving him a personality and this new level of interaction in the island. Next slide, please. So finally, we introduced these AI NFT avatars. Also, they serve as customizable skins in the shooter game, another game that will use our SDK to create their own game. The avatar has real-world value, so users can trade them on marketplaces and earn by trading. And there is a ability to transfer the avatars across chains. Next slide, please. So to build this, we used solid smart contracts. We used OpenAI API, and we used NFT storage to store the metadata. Also, we used Microsoft Speech SDK, Unity Game Engine for the game integration, and Oasys blockchain and Sakura for the actual deployment. Next slide, please. So AI NFT avatars, they use generative AI. They are deployed to blockchain, and there is an integration with the island. So yeah, we also integrated them with the NFT marketplace. Next slide, please. So finally, the user experience is pretty simple. In the menu of the game, users can use the NFT avatars to interact with them with voice or text comments. They can trade them on marketplaces. And we built an SDK for game developers, so anyone can use it to build their own game. Slide, please. Yeah, so actually we made a research, and we were trying to find a way to store human memories, to store personalities on the blockchain and provide a new level of interaction. So that's why we built this AI NFT standard, and also we standardized it by implementing it on top of the well-known 721. And also, we integrated them into the game environment with all these Unity scripts to make the avatars alive. So they're animated, they're interactive, they can respond with voice, and they have their own personality. So next slide, please. Yeah. Also, beside of the game integration, we built a DApp, a web frontend. It's an AI NFT minter that also uses AI to convert the selfie of the user into a 3D avatar. So we can create now realistic avatars with the person's faces. It enables us new monetization opportunities, for example, for streamers, for influencers from the music industry, for any other industry bloggers, so they can create their own personalized avatars and sell them to their fans and monetize. Next slide, please. Yeah, so the best enhancements that we can have in the future is interoperability of these assets. That's why we targeted both the AAG track and the Ubisoft track, because the AI NFT standard is a great example how other games can use the same NFT standard to enable interoperability between gaming environments, and also we enabled cross-chain interoperability. So like the assets there, they can be transferred between different virtual environments and between different blockchains. Next slide, please. So for the developers who are curious, how did we build this, who are curious about all the scripts, about the smart contracts, there is a Git repo. So you can easily clone it, and we're open to any contributions from developers. Next slide, please. And if you have any questions or suggestions, don't hesitate to reach out. We're experts in blockchain, game and AI, and we're reshaping the gaming and creating revolution island. So yeah, I'm Andreas. I'm the CTO and co-founder of the AI Island shooter game. Also, our co-founder Valentine, our CEO, is watching our stream on YouTube today. And yeah, that's it. We built this in a team of 4 people.
Thanks for the presentation. So I do have a question. Since your NFT can be modified within the game, how do you ensure that it's the same that I will buy on an external marketplace?
So actually, maybe there is a misunderstanding, because you cannot find the NFT after mint. You define the personality of the NFT file, but you can reuse your avatar to, for example, shape the personality. So, yeah.
So the avatar will not change. There are no dynamic part of the NFT that will be modified by in-game behavior.
Actually, it's possible, but this is not necessary at this time. You create the personality of the NFT at mint. It's stored in the name and the description and some traits of the NFT. And when into the game, generative AI model uses those metadata to generate interactive responses to the user. So this made possible, for example, mint Albert Einstein with his personality, any other historical person, for example, Leonardo da Vinci, bring to life gone rock stars, for example, John Lennon. Now talk to your, let's say, idols, or it's possible to use your selfie to create a an avatar with a realistic face, and for example, sell to your fans if you're a streamer or an influencer or a pop star. So yeah.
Okay, so I misunderstood. So there are no parts of the metadata that are dynamic and that are modified.
This is also a feature enhancement that you can add more metadata, and for example, on-chain, and you do something like a diary. If it's your virtual clone, your avatar, and put more metadata in it, and it will be more and more smart with data.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Hi. So the question on the AI as well. So as the way I see as AI evolve in the games, right? Do you see it as an obstacle? For example, it has its own personality. Maybe the outcome will not be the same. So let's say, for example, the experiment that Square Enix had earlier, right? I think it was earlier this year, maybe, where it was on Steam and people could go and play, and it's basically prompt-based, and people were struggling to get to the end of the game. Do you see the same potential issue as the AI evolve and has its own personality?
No, I think AI will reshape the gaming industry and Apple's team if they are restricting usage of AI in games. So games will go to other platforms like Epic Games, and we see this some sort of small on the internet about usage of AI. I think it will provide a new level of immersion for the users, and AI will make the games better. So yeah, hope that answered your question.
So how would it work? Would you still have to define certain objective to bound it so that at least you can get through the game? Because the way I see it, especially if it can have its own memory, it becomes its own personality, right? Maybe it even picked up some bad personality and drive user away from the objective, right? How would you solve that kind of issue in games?
I think we can solve a level of moderation of the AI NFT, because this enables user-generated content, and in a decentralized manner, users can create any of the avatars. Yeah, they can upload any metadata and any 3D files. And yeah, for example, to stay compliant, for example, with the age restriction of 14 plus in our, let's say, battle royale game, we need to implement something like a moderation system, maybe a DAO voting they can ban some avatars from using in the game. Yeah, and I think it's also worth mentioning that the avatars are not just interactive in the main menu, but there is also battle royale and the deathmatch gameplay where you don't really have time to interact with the avatar. And in that case, the avatar will just only generate some, let's say, funny comments on the game, and it also simply the process of game development where we don't need any more voice actors that will do, let's say, voicing of the character game, but we get generative replicas and generative lines of, let's say, of voice from avatars at the time of the game. And it, for example, could be connected to some events. For example, if you kill something, your avatar will say, let's say, "Hooray! Yeah, we did it!" and some kind of stuff. So actually, this is all live. You can try it out in the AI Island game. You can mint your own AI NFT avatar. You can interact with it, and you can experience it as a skin in a battle royale in the deathmatch game. So yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yep. Thanks for the presentation. Happy to move on, team.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you, and for the questions.
Okay, so it's time for a break. We'll be back in 15 minutes. Until then, feel free to have some drinks there, and also stretch your legs. Okay.
Do you consider TradFi and DeFi different?
Yeah, exactly. So DeFi is considered them differently.
Yeah.
So we treat them very differently.
Right.
But there are sometimes where TradFi wants to speak to DeFi, DeFi wants to speak to TradFi. That's why we have two verticals being managed by one account manager, which is me. Me and one lady, by the way. So there's only two of us. Yeah. But it's crazy because
Okay, guys, so let's get started. But is there OGames member here? Okay, you are.
Hello, hello. Hey guys, how are you guys doing? I'm kind of hungry. Okay, all right. My name is Rich. I'm from Canada. I'm a 3X founder. My previous company was actually in health tech, which is kind of far away from this. Got acquired in 2020. Who thought that COVID could help, like some sort of Dr. SaaS company? In any case, I'm happy to present ogames.gg. We are a pro gaming hub on Oasys. So Web3 gaming is a growing opportunity. Gamers spent $72 billion on in-game items in 2020. And now with the blockchain, all these items can be traded on an open market. There are a lot of successful Web2 secondary asset marketplaces. The opportunities of Web3 gaming, as we all know, is ownership, brand interoperability, and a direct-to-consumer user acquisition channel. When we bring assets onto the blockchain and users own them, we could bring value into gaming. So the problem is that there's a lack of discovery of games on Oasys and fractured NFT liquidity across the verses and various marketplaces. And finally, a lack of social engagement. We know that gamers rely on pure reviews to play games. And the solution OGames offers is a way to discover quality titles on Oasys and a pro NFT marketplace to aggregate liquidity and some user engagement abilities so that users can be encouraged to play with each other. And this is done through a verified review system and UGC to earn. For game developers, we provide marketing, paid priority listing, and guaranteed royalties. For our go-to-market, we are using an airdrop of our native token to enlist users, and we use 0% early fees for trading to retain them. Later on, we'll make money and generate revenue through an NFT launchpad. OG is the native token of our platform and is used to incubate game development, encourage content creation, and as an esports tournament reward. And users can also stake them on their favorite games and earn yield. Our roadmap right now is to develop this platform and then take it to mobile and finally create our game launcher app. We are a team of Web3 enthusiasts and developers. Let's go to the demo. Let's go to the demo.
Hello, my name is Richard. Thank you, Oasys and sponsors, for this opportunity. We are OGames, the pro gaming hub to discover, trade, earn, and play on Oasys. This is a platform with all of Oasys game verses and even DMM.com game titles. To log in, I connect with Singularity Wallet with Google. Singularity creates an account for me automatically. Let's say I'm a current player of My Crypto Heroes and I need to buy an elephant NFT today. Here I can see the rewards, rarity calculation, and the live floor sales volume. This is a pro interface that Ethereum users are used to. Oasys users now can get an advantage and trade faster. This particular NFT gives me extra OG tokens. The OG token is the native currency of OGames, so I'll buy it now. The Singularity wallet helps me check out. Purchase complete, plus 1.81 OG. Let me check my profile. Here is the elephant. I can filter by games here to manage my portfolio if I have many NFTs. To find other games, I click Discover. I like strategy games. This one looks cool. There's a special event right now. If I list Loot by Rogue or Prompt Monsters by MCH, I can get double tokens. Any developer could sponsor OGames to get more trading or interest for their game. I think there are too many games, and I'm lazy, so I'll ask the AI. This is a custom ChatGPT bot. Hi, Oscar. I'm OGames AI. Nice to meet you. I'm here to help you find your favorite game. It's a little slow. Oh, tell me what type of games you enjoy. I like anime games. Got it. Anime-based games. TCG versus Kyrie and Terra is a good suggestion. I actually played the demo last month. If you are a gamer, you know the first thing you check for a new game is the reviews. Here I can learn more about the game, see other users' reviews, or post my own review, but only if I own the NFT. This prevents bots in spamming. Right now, blockchain games are very early. The only way to get more adoption is more content. So we have a feature called UGC to earn. It's very simple. You just connect your Twitter, and when you post content, at our Twitter, and the bot will give you OG token rewards. OG helps developers build fan communities through OGC, improving NFT trading. It incorporates AI to simplify search, Singularity SDK to simplify user experience, and has DMM.com's Web2 games. Our platform will onboard the next million users into Oasys blockchain games. Thank you.
So you can probably guess that DMM is a sponsor. Just put that in there many times. Thank you for listening to this presentation. Any questions? You, sir?
So did you aggregate all the APIs in the backend? Because on Oasys, there are different RPCs depending on different verses.
That's something we plan to do, yes.
Okay. It's gonna, I mean, I was hoping that that could greatly enhance the user experience and also, what do you call it? You know, it can be kind of a weakness of Oasys structure. So if we could do that through such aggregation, I think it's a good idea. And what is it? For, sorry, what is this?
So we can, let me just answer or help that question along. Yeah, we can set up RPC and then set up an indexer and just put all the games in one place. And then that will probably improve performance instead of just APIing for everything, setting up our own backend API for that. This is the second part of that question.
Oh, right. And another question was that when people are trading NFTs on, for example, O games, you know, they will have assets in different places, right? I mean, tokens especially. How did you solve the payment complication? Like,
That's actually a good question. You mean that you, like, for example,
I only have Oasys token on hub layer, and I want to buy an NFT on TCG Verse, for example. Then, you know, in the back end, maybe you guys could do some magic in shifting the tokens from hub layer to another verse. But how did you do that, or how are you going to do that?
That's also a good question. I think that would be something that we should work with, like an on-ramp partner, together for this. Our priorities are to bring awareness and exposure for Oasys games specifically, and so, like in other platforms, for instance on Ethereum, usually we'll be working with a lot of different providers for that. But that's a good question. Aggregation of both the NFT trading as well as the tokens are two essential parts of UX. So it's a really good question. Let me get back to you on that.
Sure. Thank
you. Thank you for the presentation. Question one, just to clarify, are you guys building a marketplace where you're using like building on top of Tofu and NFT? So when you buy and trade,
we're building our own marketplace. We have our own marketplace contracts.
Okay,
yeah.
Got it. And have you previously built marketplace?
Yes, we have several.
Okay, got it. Second question, more of a suggestion. What do you think about influencer? Like, you know, my kids these days are picking up like games based on watching YouTube and influencers talking about this game. Like it could be Roblox, it could be like whichever new game they're playing. Do you think there's because I think a lot of people are not just searching for game using bots for game, but they're looking up all this video of all this like, I don't know, you can call it shillers or whatever, like talking about playing that game. Is that something, because I'm wondering, can that be kind of be part of the platform? Because for all the games, we're kind of missing that too, which is, okay, we need to either get someone to stream it, or I think that's where part of the eyeballs will be, at least the newer generation. I'm just wondering if that could be something you guys could consider maybe adding to the platform, right? Which is a list of KOL, which would then go through all the games and play and then explain it. So we as a game, because we have like 4 or 5 games, we make our own video content, which we could also upload. Just trying to figure it out. I think maybe this is something there, right?
I think that's pretty core. Like for people who really understand gaming, you understand that content is king. Like all engagement of games comes from content. And Web3 somehow has abstracted away from that using tokens. But content is still king if you want players. So my co-founder, Oscar, he's sitting right there. He's got a KOL on Twitter and YouTube, over 1.5 million in reach. So he'll be the best guy to talk to try and drive your games forward. And I did mention our UGC to earn bot. And that is really, where did it go? Little bugger. And that is really to try and incentivize, using tokens, to try and incentivize influencers and content creators to create more content for your game. And that, in turn also brings more eyeballs. And then we'll make them slap on that banner right there, ogames.gg, find it there. So thanks for your question.
Yeah, sorry, one last quick question. So for your token, so people get these tokens and they're going to do what with them? Or are you looking for like seed investor to then have some liquidity to back your token? Or what is the?
Yeah, exactly. That is absolutely right.
Got it.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Okay, so thanks for the presentation, all game teams. Give his big hand for him. So the next one is Yield King Z. Is there? Okay.
Hi guys, my name is Jay from Yield Kings. Just try to let you guys know first, this is not a gamble. We're working on the project for Web3 based social casino yield farming project. Okay. So this is what we're working on. We're actually casino games. So it's not a gamble, but it's a casino games we're working on. And as you probably all know, the casino markets are huge. It's a multi-billion-dollar market. And at the same time, the social casino market is also expanding quite rapidly. And it's also becoming a multi-billion-dollar market. And there's already an existing players dominating the market. And we figured that it will expand more, and we thought it would be very interesting if we put up on the Web3 with casino games, which is social casino. And before P2E games had such a problem, Axie Infinity was such a huge impact on the market, but the problem was their model was inflationary model. So meaning when there's less user coming in as new users coming in, their model, their token price, and all the tokenomics will probably sort of collapsing down. Or and the other side, if the price goes up, then new users it's becoming a barrier for new users to come in to play the game because the entering price is so high. So we sort of figured that out, that it would be better for us to making different models to using a P2E, and we called it deflationary model. So I can explain later on our tokenomics. And these are the actual product we're currently making. It's all casino games you probably see in a casino. And this is a step-by-step process currently. We just videoed it from the start until to getting an NFT minting and throughout the course and playing. But we had to shorten up the process because we only have 8 minutes. So you get NFT. We have an item shop. You can boost up your NFT. And we're using MetaMask. Currently, we're on BNB and Avalanche chain. And the item you can use, then you can enhance your NFT, and it will give you more benefits for your NFT. And I'll just show you the gameplay first. Can you play the video? This is a game that is currently available for testing. All our games, except the slot machines, are network-based, so it's a multiplayer. So these are all your friend or the players are in the game room to playing against each other. This is one of the traditional Filipino games called Tongits. It's a card game very similar to Hula, if you guys know about the Hula. First come the guys who drop down all the cards down will win. And the reason we picked this this game as our content is because our major target is Southeast Asia, and especially starting from the Philippines. So we thought it might be easier for us to go into the market with the games they already know very well. So it's just showing a little bit of our effect and how the gameplay goes. And you see also the Baccarat. All the chips, it's also a multiplayer game, so we don't show it there, but if the players are coming into the same room, they'll be all listed and it's looking at the same screen. And it shows the result and all that at the same time. So you're playing against each other. So there's a guys seeing in the right side, the avatar, that's our NFT. Okay, so basically how our game works is you have to have an NFT to start playing. Once you log in with your NFT, we'll give you free chips to play. You're using the chips, which is non-cashable. You play with the chips to earn points. The points becomes your share at the end of every round. One round goes for 24 hours. At the every end of the round, your stake becomes your amount of shares that you could earn our reward and every round. So let's say if you lose all the chips, then you can refill the chips, or you can wait for next round to start, because we're giving out another free chips for you to competing against each other. And we built up that's our first phase. And our second phase, we're trying to make this more socialized and more Web3 based. So what we do is we have the sorry, went too far. We have called the Club Casino, meaning you're staking 10 NFTs to our system, then you can creating your own casino, okay? And whatever you get it on your own casino, that's totally on yours. You take the control, you take all the benefits, you take everything by yourselves. And what you need to do is, we're just providing a simple back office. Then you can just click on the games that we're providing. You're just subscribing our games to providing the games to your users on your cloud. That's one of our key features. So, and our token model goes like this. So you buy chips, you play game, that turning into the RP, which is rolling point. And the chips are, as I mentioned earlier, it's a non-cashable. And games, it's not just a matter of how much you win. We weight it differently in every transaction you're doing within the game. So amount of you playing time, amount of you lose, you win, amount of you bet, how long you've been playing, all they're weighting differently in the back office calculation to give you the rolling point. And for the rolling point, that at the every end of a round will become the shares of amount of tokens you could earn for daily reward. And that go round and round. And you guys probably remember the first, when I was pitching the beginning, you said we're deflationary model, because the reason I said was we only given out the rewards as amount of users spent on that round. So we don't give out anything more. And certain part will be locked up in our treasury. And so we're trying to continuously manage the supply and demand chain. So we try to make it a short-term tokens. I'm not sure if you guys are really a gambler or likes casino, but whenever you go to casino, the one thing everybody realize is you always shorten chips. So we increase that to be, to implement that into same to this system. We're expecting same to be happen. So we're expecting people to refilling chips before the next round starts. So, and for NFT, we have different levels. You're starting from the 1, but you can upgrade your NFTs. And when you upgrade your NFTs, there are some attributes you can upgrade with it. So some of them get you more chips, some of them gives you more winning percentage, some of them gets you more pots, higher chance for the, getting a jackpot, so on and so. So, and this is the things that I've been explained to. And this is our token allocation, all that. And we have 3 key members here. We've been in the gaming industry for almost 20 years. My co-founder has been there for 22 years. We've been in major gaming companies. My co-founder has been based in Shanghai. I'm based in the Philippines. And some of them are on stage. So we all understanding the games very well. The reason we pick up the casino games is because the game is the easiest for you to approach in the first place. The rules has not been changed for over 100 years. And it's very addictive. But you have to understand, we're in a gamble, so we don't try to messing up with the lives. We want them to being addictive to playing a lot to earn. So the reason, as I said, we're targeting the Southeast Asian market first place, because we targeted emerging market to getting a massive adoption to give them an idea they can earn. And they had a strong experience with the Axie Infinity, especially in the Philippines. Back then, it was more than 60% of the users were from Philippines for Axie. So we also saw that they had user experiences and they're quite, well understanding the situation, and they know for a fact. And the minimum wages in the emerging markets are really low. So what they can do is, they usually converting their time to spend doing other jobs at the same time. And this is very suitable for that market. So we're targeting, as I said, Southeast Asian market, especially Philippines. And I've been in the Philippines for quite some time, and we've been running a business before. So we're already, partnering up with the people and trying to, have a massive adoption. And if you guys want, you guys can try this version. It's already up and running. This is not just the thing. You can apply for test version. Then we can give you creating an account. We're preparing for 3. We're web PC version, which is web, mobile web, and we're also providing app. And it's all working at the same time. And the reason we're providing all 3 is because crypto version, we have 2 versions. One is social version, the other one is crypto. Crypto version, you have to implement the wallet, right? MetaMask to our system. But in the app version, it's quite difficult, and MetaMask supplies, they support the app, but problem is it's still quite unstable for us to try. So we will considering that as an update, but we're also providing it in the version you guys can start using the apps to farm. So you can top it up from your mobile web or a PC web, then you can just start farming it with your cell phone in anywhere. So that's our product, how it's going to be. And thank you. So.
For the presentation. Yeah, actually, I feel like there are two types of casino games: skill-based and also like non-skill-based or chance-based. I feel like from your presentation, seems like you're trying to position your game more towards the skill-based game. But in skill-based casino games, we seem to always see like cheating issues or anti-cheating issues, like unbalancing the gameplay. Since you're trying to move the gameplay to on-chain, and you mentioned there are like two portions of the game. One is off-chain, an off-chain version, and another is going to be a crypto or on-chain version. How are you gonna like implement some anti-cheating mechanisms on-chain for the gameplay?
Anti-cheating on crypto side or social side?
I think it's more on the gameplay because like the
because our game is not 100% on-chain. We're only putting up an on-chain with the certain data that really essential, which is the asset. So NFT and your token transaction, your reward, those things. And all other things are centralized.
Got it. Yeah, I think for user retention, like users definitely would be kind of intimidated if like all of the winners are always the same batch of bots, even if like if those gameplay are kept off-chain and without any anti-cheating measures.
This is a bit different because if I'm understanding correctly, you might mix it up a little bit with the actual gambling side of the game and our product. Because our product is you're competing against each other. So meaning you could spend more time to win more chips and do other activities to beat someone else who tops up more. Because usually the game, the problem with the existing Web2 games are if you're spending more money on it, there's no way the guys who's not spending can catch up with you. But this one, there's a way for you to catching up because it's based on this sort of a probability, right? Chances. Because all the outcomes will be coming as within chance. So that doesn't mean if you have more chips, you get a higher chance to win more reward or prizes. But that doesn't mean for always. But back in the Web2 games, it's always for certain that you will win over the guys spending on less. So we're sort of trying to make it fair because we're not holding the house. We're not the house. You're playing. Even users can win a lot, huge, but we don't lose much. So we don't need to manipulate anything. We don't need to. So we're trying to providing a fair field for everybody to keep playing. So maybe you need to top up and upgrade your NFT for a little higher to getting more chips. That might become your advantage, but that's not always be a certain for sureness. And for cheating part, anti-cheating part, it's just we're checking on both sides. So it's just a server. We have servers, right? So whatever they do in here, the server already has the result. So it has to matching with whatever result from the client. And if it doesn't matches, we don't accept the result. So we're trying to do it in the first place. And second place, we're leaving both data on NFT and also leaving on our servers to match it. Of course, there's always might be a hacking issue and all that, but we're trying our best and also crossing our fingers that AWS doesn't get hacked. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I want to ask the question about. So currently, you guys are already on BNB chain and.
No, we just started up because, being honest, there has been rumors going around. If you building up on your product in BNB, you might have a higher chance to get listed on Binance. So we,
Sure.
cross our fingers.
And would you think your multi-chain strategy be like different version, like entirely separate ecosystem would be, having your token on multiple different chain and then sharing that?
We actually targeted for multi-chain. So if it's EVM compatible, it's quite easy because honestly, 2 months ago, we went for a hackathon in GM Vietnam for Avalanche track. We got in second place, but we didn't really bother us to change the chains, go around. It's just the only thing we really consider is because how we're gonna massively adopt the chain holder, the token holders of the chain.
Sure.
That's the one thing we're really looking at. But on a technical wise, there shouldn't be any problem. Even though it's not different chain, EVM compatible, we can still manage it. So it's not really a big problem for us.
And for your token itself, have you done private rounds, or is this?
We finished a seed round. We're currently going on for a private round, and we already sold half of the tokens that we supposed to sell, and we're left out with about 9.9%.
Okay.
So yeah.
So yeah, no, I think it's a great project. I know currently Oasys we don't have across the whole ecosystem. There isn't too many gambling games, especially. People, A, obviously having experience, but B, I think you adopted a model similar to Decentral games. You know, they have the ice wearable, which was, they took many years to determine that model, which is, I think, very similar to what you're doing. I think to maybe eventually deploy the Oasis, we should chat more about, because I think once you have VC in there, it becomes very, difficult. I think potentially you're earning, but you may spend a lot on getting the NFT, but you're getting very, very low value. So I think an ideal way is maybe, I'm just suggestion here, so you have a separate token for just the Oasis one, but don't do a VC raise, but just because you're self-sustaining anyway, so you don't even need VC. You have a game.
Luckily, our biggest partner is one of the big gaming company in Korea. I can expose the name, but
sure.
So we're still going around talking to the VCs, but we're not really yet, gotten any investment on the VC side. So
sure, I think it's great. We should probably chat offline. I think there's huge potential if you do it right, because obviously 99% of the GameFi token is now like close to zero, if not zero, for reasons of tokenomics, and a lot of it's due to what VC you have out.
And I didn't show because the time was just for 8 minutes, so we showed off everything. But we have slot machines, we have all the casino games, and we're by end of this month, we'll have a Texas Hold'em. We're putting up a more content and more system to it. So it's not really a big problem for us of providing, and we can launch if we want. We can launch within a couple of weeks. It's already almost done product. But what we wanted to do is we wanted to see the market, and we wanted to build up more systems before we actually going to launch. Because just launching doesn't mean we can make it happen. So we're trying to make a massive adoption first. So we're thinking about the marketing. So if there's anybody we can co-op with for marketing strategy or advertising to have a massive adoption to the chain, it will be great. All right. So sorry, I ate up so much time. I was a bit nervous at the beginning.
Fine,
so thank you, I appreciate it.
So only 3 teams left right now, and so could you switch to the imbalance team? Hi, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, please get started, please.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Let's start it. Imbalance is a diabolic Web3 game. We will find the core gameplay to meet the standards of traditional Web2 game. It's all about delivering a truly enjoyable and sustainable Web3 game for everyone. Next page, please. Next page. Okay. Before we go deep into a product, I need to introduce something about Diablo-like games. It randomly generates unlimited new content, and this randomness enhances replayability. The constant emergence of new elements creates a learning demand, and mastering new knowledge and skills bring a sense of achievement. Next page, please. Yeah, it's a video. Can you just click on that? Yeah. This is a video showcase of a benchmark game. The game features a wide variety of monsters and items, allowing players to freely mix and match different skills combinations. It's from Path of Exile and Demon Hunter. Yeah. Okay, next please. Yeah. Here's what we are for in your game design. First, make gameplay exciting with a lot of surprises, various skill combination, and plenty of items to keep things fresh. Second, create a combat system where you can control multiple characters and make NFT a core part of our action. Third, keep the essence of Diablo-like games while making it accessible to newcomers. Fourth, let player to get creative with the map editor for UGC. This is real UGC, not kind of PPT UGC. last plan for multi-platform releases. We take PC and mobile capability into consideration right from the start. Next, please. Yeah. NFT are designed with a focus on on-chain interaction, taking into consideration the uniqueness, playability, and the security of NFT. Additionally, we have mechanisms in place for decentralized and transparent community feedback. Next, please. Yeah. NFT appearances are composed through the specific word combination, divided into various parts such as body, heads, eyes. The appearance and rarity of each part are associated with the NFT properties. We have designed a comprehensive production and consumption cycle around NFTs, providing ample value to support them. Next, please. There are basic design of our NFT characters. Before presenting them to player, we will polish the visual presentation of them. Next, please. Yeah. In order to achieve low cost minting of entire different NFT to support our business scenario, we explored various standards, and finally we researched Azuki's source code and chose ERC 721A as a part of our NFT contracts. Of course, with many customization. Now we mint more than 500 NFT at the same time with entire different attributes, cost very low gas fee. Furthermore, we optimize efficiency by leveraging the difference between contract rules and the rights, and just keep the right portion as simple as possible. With Oasys Layer 2, we can make it even cheaper and faster. Additionally, we conduct research on ERC 4337 and closely monitored community development. We are committed to embarrassing community change and integrating ERC 4337 as soon as possible to lower entry barrier and cut the vast potential player from the player in a Web2 world. Yeah, next please. We have implemented a profit sharing mechanism where player incur certain costs during mining, which become the team's revenue. A portion of this revenue is allocated to the reward player, so who contribute to the community and the product. Another portion of the income is set aside to distribute free minting scrolls that can be used to offset the cost incurred during the minting. That player has the chance to free mint. There are many free player thing. Next, please. Yeah. Due to the presence of profit sharing mechanism, the official can't cheat by privately generating a large number of NFTs for sale, because there's a friction cost. Next, please. Yeah. In order to support the design core gameplay and make the team more competitive, we have deeply cultivated in the following two aspects and have already achieved the results we desired. Next, please. Yeah, this is a simplified diagram of our game ECS program architecture. We have developed our own program architecture, including both the logical architecture and the rendering pipeline. We won't go into further detail here, but if you are interested, please feel free to reach out to us after the presentation. Next, please. Next, we will demonstrate the technical result we have achieved. We can render a massive number of units on screen, reaching up to 1 million units. And we have implemented a highly customized ECS program architecture. Additionally, we use GPU for our executing render, object occlusion culling algorithm, and GPU animation to replace traditional skeleton animations. We have also highly customized the GPU instance rendering pipeline, allowing it to batch render objects of different types, appearance, and animations. If you are interested in the solution and technology we have used, you can find more detail in our technical documentation in our white paper. Next, please. Yeah, this is a video. Yeah, this could remind you of the old Snake game. This is a performance demonstration video of our game, featuring a scene with close to 1 million logical units. You can just see we zoom out to see the style we have, and Do you have independent animation and separate AI combined logic? Please note that this is still in early stages. And with the addition of CPU multi-threading in the later phase, it will be even more impressive than what is shown here. Okay, next please. Yeah. This is a video too. Yeah. This is a video demonstrate of the map editor, showcasing some of its key features at present, like terrain, texture brush, object brush, monster brush, and more. Our goal is to provide a player with the ability to use our tools to create the game content that they desire. It's really important to us, and we put this into consideration from the day one of the project. This is a UGC part I just talked about. Yeah, next please. Okay, this is our roadmap, spanning exactly 1 year from inception to today. In this year, we have achieved numerous milestones. The most critical next step is to launch the game's closed beta version by the end of this year, with plans to release the open beta and official version in the first half of the following year. Additionally, we will develop new related blockchain game products and continue to empower our NFT. Our PPT, imaging, and video all feature content that it can be 100% demonstrated in actual gameplay, but the time is limited, so we made a video. Right now, there is still a noticeable difference between our current product and the game experience we ultimately want to deliver. But by the first half of next year, we will hit all the milestones on our roadmap. And we invite everyone to keep following us, and if you are interested in your game, just feel free to join our community and share your valuable suggestions. Next, please. Yeah, finally, we have a team member introduction. Our core team member have years of extensive experience in both gaming and the software industry, and we are all full-time for this job. We are a 7-member team for now. And Daixi Zhang is a hardcore game developer with experience in full-stack game development, computer graphics, and shaders. He has contributed 2 technical articles in graphics, including interactive water and sound effects to NetEase Leihuo column. He had also independently created a map editor similar to StarCraft and Warcraft, and independent research and development system, including the Dyson Sphere multi-threading architecture, blueprint system, and more. Santiago, myself, I have 10 years experience in software development and contribute to core product for CMC and Binance. And I currently take care of the smart contract part and front-end and back-end development. And Hao Yang is our game designer, worked as a lead game designer on Rise of Awkward, and was also part of the team that created Slam Dunk, Blade and Sword, Revival, Stone Rider, Cash of Evil Stand, Kung Fu Adventure, and other mobile titles. Yang is not professional in English, but it doesn't impact his ability to create great game. Yeah. Next, please. These are lead artists, concept artists, and the script writer. They work very hard every day to build this product. Next, please. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, any questions?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I have 2 questions indeed. Why did you develop your own engine, and what part of the game are stored on-chain? It's not very clear to me at this point.
Actually, we didn't do our own engine. We just use our own architecture. It's a customized ECS. We use Unity as our development engine, okay. And we have good fit on mobile and desktop. Yeah. And the second question is which part we will put on chain. It's a great question because we divide our gaming resource into 2 parts. There's a SOAR if you have a raw, you have a saw part, you have your body part. Your saw would be in the on the chain. The saw part is very important because it make your raw different from others, and we have many combination about 1 billion raws. They are totally different, and it's on chain, and which means you can trade your saw, but you can't trade your body. Your body is binding with your wallet, so your wallet can have bags, can have items, tools, and everything. But we could have planned to change those tools on in-game market. But if you want to change that on some OpenSea or just some other platform, you can only change something on chain. This means also NFT. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, just hello. Thanks again also for presentation. At what stage, because I noticed on your profile, I didn't see a blockchain developer. So are you guys outsourcing that, or what is the stage of your blockchain portion NFT integration? I know you guys have the backend because you did coin market cap stuff. So the capturing the NFT data isn't an issue. Sorry, who's doing your ERC 721A? And also specifically for Oasys, have you guys explored it on the testnet yet? Was something you guys are still determining which chain to go on?
It's a good question because the different chain to us is kind of different server. When we play the Warcraft Blizzard game, we have different server. We have American server, we have Chinese server, and we have Japanese server. It's different changes like different server to us. So I think the ERC 21A is not fully supported with Foundry distribution. I tried with Oasys Layer 2, but I will use another way. I guess, yeah, it's not a big problem to us, just like Year King. We can use different chain, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so thanks for your presentation.
Thank you.
So the next one is for games team. Sorry.
Okay. Hi everyone. Oh, I have a little nervous about that. Hi everyone, and hi everyone behind the camera. And I am Amber from Zephyr Games, and we are a Web3 game studio and do the fully on-chain game. And it's my pleasure to show the Zephyr Games for you. So I will show the Zephyr Games for you for 5 parts. The number 1 is what is Zephyr Game. Number 2 is what the game are supposed by Zephyr Games. Number 3, the economic of Zephyr Games. Number 4 is our roadmap. And finally, I will show you a live demo because we are a fully on-chain game. So why I pick up my computer in here and my college in here. So the last, I will show you a fully on-chain demo. Okay, let's start. So first of all, Zephyr Games is a Web3 game studio using ZKP and AI to enhance the. Oh, sorry, it maybe might have to. So using ZKP and AI to enhance the user experience and ensure the fairness. The next. And the next. So the sorry. I can do that. So the AI bots we for the AI bots to play with the real player, and we use ZKP to encrypt the transaction and ensure the fairness. So the second part is what the game supposed by Zephyr Games. Number 1 is the Z Bingo. Have you ever played the bingo game before? That is, we will give you a number card, and you have to make 2 lines in the card. And if you win, you will get a blind box. and you can get our NFT in it. And this is a fully on-chain game. And the second game we create a ZS, and it will launch in the October. And in the ZS, we through the optimized version and pre-compared contract to achieve a high performance and low cost decentralized shuffling process. That means we create a ZK shuffling SDK that will suppose the other game to do the ZK shuffling stuff. I will show you the live demo about the ZS. So if you want to play the ZS, you can use my computer to play it. The third game is Z2048, and it's a single-user on-chain game. And in the 2048, we use the ZKP to ensure the fire and ensure the game player detail. Because you know, if you play the 2048, you have to do many steps, but it not can every step on the chain. So we roll up each 40 step to the chain to make sure the gameplay detail. And we are planning to do the trading card game to the next year. The third part is our economic. In our economic, we will launch our platform points, gold points. And you can use gold points to play our games. You can use gold points to play the ZS and the Z Bingo. And how to get gold points? You can stay ETH, USDT to get the gold points, or you just exchange ETH for the gold points. And we also suppose the layer 2 native token to get the gold coins. So gold coins can exchange for Zephyr Games NFT. I will show you later. And it's very important is that the gold points cannot be allowed to exchange back to ETH. That means they are not a coin, they are just the platform points. Next part is our NFT. Zephyr Games NFT consists of game NFT and dividend NFTs. So game NFTs means that you can earn some different game rights in the game, like open room, invite your friend to battle, and restaurants. And the holder of our dividend NFT can be shared with our platform dividend, like winner card, platform fee, and we can share with our holder of our dividend NFTs. The gold points also can be exchanged for the Zephyr lottery. The lottery prize pool, including the gold points, NFTs, ETH, other coins, or our partner NFT or coins. So, Anna, let me show the live demo for you. We are now built on the linear and OPBNB network. And you know OPBNB is a testnet? So yeah, this is our, so maybe you, maybe you can, Anna, please show the Bingo homepage. Yeah, this is our homepage, and you will play the Bingo in the homepage, but we will play the ZS first. Let's play the ZS. This step we do the store the gas fee before we get into the game, because if you every time you have to conform with your MetaMask, it's hard and it's not bad to the gaming experience. So we store the gas fee before the user into the game, like I think you have the gas. So let's join the room 2. And I joined the room 2. I hope the Wi-Fi is good. Yeah. So maybe you can here. Yeah, that is our table. And maybe, do you want to play the JS? Yeah, you can. That is check rise fold. I think you can. You will play it. So you can call rise fold, and every time you do that, you will see the chain history and the U history in the there. And every time the car is showed, every time you see the new car, that means we use the ZK shuffling SDK to shuffling the car. So that just play it, and you don't need to conform with your MetaMask because we stole the gateway before. Yeah, that you can see. Check code. And you can, if you I don't think this car is really good, but if you want, you can all in that. If you want, you can all in that. Yeah, if you turn you click rise, and you for it and all in, all in. So we use ZK shuffling SDK for this game, and we know due to the lore, maybe this game is not suitable for the blockchain, but we the most important is our ZK shuffling SDK. So we can complete it, or we can work with other game that who want to use our ZK shuffling SDK. Just like the game before there, like Yard King. Yeah, Yard King. He is also a casino game, so he can use our ZK shuffling SDK to ensure the fairness. Yeah, who win? Oh, and then win. You lost. So let's back to the PPT. Let's back to the PPT. And final, I will show you a mobile phone demo. And due to we are a fully on-chain game, so we naturally have some advantage of increasing trading value and boosting the utility for the layer 2 token usage. And this is our roadmap. In our roadmap, we also want to create some ZK trading card game and the ZK blackjack, just like poker game, and we also want to help other games to using our ZK SDK to create their games. This is our team, and I'm Amber, and our Jack is our co-founder. And in the future, we will serve as a game engine, just like I said before. We can work with other games, and the other games can use our ZK SDK. So that is everything I want to show you, and I also want to show you the demo of our computer of our mobile phone demo. Yes, just open it. Music, have the music loudly, loudly. Yeah, they use MetaMask on phone every time you use your Face ID. At this step, we fall in the AI bots to play with the real player. Because in the blockchain, maybe you get in the game, but another one can't get into the game. So we for the AI bots to play with the real player. Continue. Yeah, this is our C bingo page. And every time you choose the number, you have to convert it with your MetaMask. And in the future, we can also do that like the 2048 we can do each 40 step to roll up at the chain, or each 20 step roll up at the chain, because that is good for the user experience. Yeah, that's all I want to share with you. So if you have any question, you can ask me. But my English is not very well, so don't ask me so difficult question.
Yes, so I think this is probably more of a skill-based game from what you described. I was wondering, so like for these kind of games, there's always this balance challenge of how you would like to optimize the user experience by matching them with someone of their skill level, so that they always feel it's the right amount of challenge, instead of like always being beat by like really skilled users or skilled players. So like let me rephrase it. So like a common issue we're seeing with this kind of skill-based games is that sometimes when there are a batch of very skilled players, they can dominate the game. And like they're constantly starting a game for matching with new users or existing users. And new users might feel frustrated with the onboarding gaming experience. You're using a bot as a reference, as a demonstration, but in like real user onboarding experiences, like occasionally they will be faced with a really strong opponent. So like that's like one blocker in having users like being retained, keep users in the game for the long term. So how do you balance the user matching like mechanism, I guess?
And I work on the operations side with Cypher Games. So I don't know which project you are with, but I think you come up with a very good questions. And we have been having a lot of internal debate with the product team on how to improve the user experience. And this is one of the problems that we want to solve. So this is just a beta version of the Z Bingo game that we showed you. And in the V2 of the game, there's going to be a feature called customization. Basically, user they can choose to customize the table or the room that they when they enter the game. So they can choose to play only with their friends, or there's another way which we actually use AI to check the winning rate of the history of this user or player, and they try to match the player with someone who has a similar winning rate with him. But it really depends, because like the Bingo is the first game that we are launching. It's more like a demo that you can play with multiple players. But for example, with our like experience with Linear, I think for example on Linear right now, we're doing a campaign there, and some of the users, they join, but they cannot find someone to match with them. And for a chain like that, a game like 2048 is like better for them, because like you can play with yourself, even if no one joins with you. You have something to play with, instead of like Bingo, you need to wait for the other player to join. But you know, Linear is giving us a lot of support, so we really appreciate them.
Got it. So basically, you're allowing synchronized gameplay instead of like async gameplay for users to be matched with each other.
Yes, and also it does depend on the genre or the type of the games, because you see on our roadmap, and Amber just gave you guys each a flyer with the roadmap. There's a bunch of games that we are launching, and not each of the game has different challenges that we need to resolve, to be honest. Like poker might not be something we're going to launch on the mainnet, to be honest, because you guys also mentioned a very good question about compliance and regulatory concerns. And for poker, we might just leave it as a demo on the testnet. And for all the games that we are launching in the future, there's something inconsistency, which is they're all using our ZK shuffling technology. And I don't know how many of you are familiar with cryptography.
I actually come from a ZK background, so
okay, that's cool.
My second question.
Yeah, so this is something that we're trying to resolve right now. We have like a very initial version of the ZK Shuffle SDK that we can build for Oasys or like other chains that we're deploying on, and all those games they as card games they need to have a certain information encrypted on chain, because like for cards you cannot let the opponent players know what cards you have, otherwise it's not going to work for you. So all of those games are using our ZK shuffling technology, so this is just a demo for the game. So
yeah, I was wondering for the zero knowledge part, we like most of the people working in zero knowledge would know that actually you are migrating the computation from on-chain to off-chain. This is definitely like lowering the cost aspect, but the computation generation off-chain takes a lot of time. So in terms of like the user experience, do they need to wait for a long time for the zero knowledge proof to be generated? How are you like countering that?
So I'll be honest with you, like we're not working on the R&D team, but if you guys want, we should definitely connect and talk more about like if we want to deploy the ZK Shuffle SDK to Oasys. For example, the game that was demoing to like I think the seventh. The number 7 game, which is doing like the casino game, we can definitely support them to move certain parts fully on chain. So like users don't need to worry about fairness anymore.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so thanks for the presentation, and give me applause to him. So lastly, the Dino Maker will join as a presenter. Can you hear us?
Hello, everyone. Okay. Hello.
Yeah, please get started.
Everyone, my name. Thank you. My name is Monao. I'm today's last presenter, so I appreciate your patience and focus. Let's explain about Dino Maker. Dino Maker is on-chain 2D action game. The game aims to address issues in both traditional and recent Web3 games through blockchain technology. Next, please. Today's content is here. First is current issues and their solutions. Second is product description and commitment to continuous development. Next, 3-page demo playthrough. Finally, we will introduce our team members and present project roadmap. Next, please. First, we will talk about the current issues and their solutions. On the left, you will see the present issues. One of the main problems with the traditional game is the lack of reward for participants. Another issue with the recent Web3 game is the inflation of token as the game progresses, resulting in diminished rewards for new participants. Common problems in both traditional and Web3 include a centralized game system and data management. On the right, you will find our solutions divided into 3 main points. First, we implement automatic reward distribution through smart contract. Secondly, design rewards based on gameplay. Lastly, we believe that the game system needs to be extensible by users. Our specific approach is partial on-chain implementation of the game system. And using community creator and other chains NFTs expands the economy. With these measures in place, we aim to create sustainable economy. Please next. Please next. Next, I describe the overall product. The developer will provide this game platform. Developer receives the all transaction fee, and stage creators create and publish stage data on the blockchain and pay a stage reward. This reward is billed for each stage. When players play the created stage, a portion of the entrance fee goes to the stage creators. From the player's perspective, they can play any published stage. They pay entrance fee when playing.
with the part of it going to be pulled stage reward, and another part being returned to the stage creators. When a player clears stage, they receive reward from the pulled stage reward. This mechanism realizes reward design based on gameplay. Next, please. Next, I'll discuss our commitment to continuous development. Developers receive game image and action proposals, and sound and animations etc. from NFT creators and collections. And in return, they give back through contributions. Contributions will be different depending on the partner. For general users, we will distribute token. For NFT collections, we will offer in-game item and points associated with them. I think collection with dedicated APIs are easier to integrate. Subsequently, developers implement these proposals as game object and sell them as new game object in the marketplace for core players and stage creators. NFT creators and collection gain NFT utilities and exposure opportunity. For developer can gain new game asset and action idea. Player and stage creator can enjoy refresh stage. Through this idea, we can active continuous renewal of the gaming experience. Next, please. As the for-play demo, the first page is the marketplace. In this MVP system, you need to pay with MTK. MTK is a dummy ERC20 token deployed on Sandbox. Here is an example of a collaboration NFT. Creators NFT will also be hosted on this page. We plan to initiate several NFT collaboration to enhance the gaming ecosystem. You can mint this NFT and use it on stage creation page as a game object. Please, next page. This is the page designed for stage creators. The first feature is GUI-based stage creation. You can select game object from the right side. The stage builder area displays your design stage, where you can place game object at desired point. Furthermore, you can use NFT as game object, like the Tom 1 collaboration NFTs. The second feature allows you to mint stage data. Stage data is include position and game object type. When publish your stage, you will need to pull a reward for the stage. We plan to support the stage template as a future function to create stage more easily. Next, please. Next, let's move on the player page. Firstly, select the desired stage and click Start Here button. Secondly, click the Play button and make the payment for the entry fee. Thirdly, begin playing the stage. Note that the game objects on this page are based on on-chain data. You can control the character using the arrow keys, the down key for guard and up key for attack. Upon reaching the goal, you can mark the stage as cleared. After that, by visiting the player reward page, you can claim your reward. Next page, please. Lastly, I'll discuss our team members and project roadmap. We have a team of 4, including 3 engineers and 1 salesperson. As for the project roadmap, we are planning improvements to the UI and significant addition to the game object, and support of new wallet API, and implementation of bot prevention measures. Next milestone is a test release by the end of the year. The full release is scheduled for March next year. Thank you for your attention. Last, please follow me. My presentation is over. Thank you.
Hello, this is Aiden. Thank you for the presentation. Can you explain for the user which are paying to play? I think it's pay to play, right? So that's how you share the rewards. Do you have your own token, or is people using the native currency to play? When you play, you have to pay. Or do you have to pay when you play? When you play the game, when the user play the game, do they have to pay a token to play?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that token? Is it your own project token, or is the game token?
My project token.
Okay. So then, if users are paying your project token, so they buy from the marketplace? So what is the, I guess, what's your tokenomics? Have you guys thought about your whole tokenomics in terms of if users are using your token to play your game and it gets distributed to people, so what do you use the token for? What other utility does the token have? Is that something you guys considered yet?
It's not project token. I plan to OSS.
Okay, so OAS token as an example. So player would pay OAS, and you would distribute the OAS. You distribute to the creator and the players that wins. So high level for your entire game. Are you focused more on the game itself, or the infrastructure, which is the payments, the payment splits? What is your product? Is your product the game or the solution?
Sorry, one more place.
What is your product? Are you selling the NFT, or are you selling the infrastructure of like the pay and the payment split? Or what are you selling your own? What is the main game that you're selling? The game itself or the NFT?
主なビジネスモデルなんですかっていう質問です。
Sorry. Developer receive transaction fee.
Okay, so mainly he's selling NFT for OAS token, right? And so the main product is the game that they were demoing, or is it because I find the infrastructure very interesting, but I'm just trying to figure it out. It could be applied for other games. I think the game still needs some work. Trying to figure out, are they trying to sell the game, or the demonstration of technical infrastructure?
それでデベロッパーたちはこれに参加することで、フィーが、なんていうのかな、このインフラの方には入ってくるっていうような、構造ですかね。
Yes.
Yes. So the fee will be coming out. Be paid to the developers.
Right.
So that it's like create stages to earn kind of UGC.
You're trying to demonstrate the infra rather than the game itself. Yes. Okay. Because the game itself wasn't, it's not. Right. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So thanks for a presentation. Let's give a big hand for. Okay, so finally, as we reach out to the end of this final first section, let's wrap up by from you as one of the judges here.
Yeah, I think we've all seen like very good candidates and also good good projects with potential. I think it's a very promising demonstration for the entire Oasys ecosystem, and we're seeing horizontal solutions like AI, PFP generation based on real life photo taking, or other horizontal solutions like AI exploration, not explorations, AI prompt generated exploration games that can be used for various kinds of gameplays. So there are also vertical games like skill-based games or social casino games. There are also exploration games that are more targeted towards traditional gameplay. I think there are just a variety of opportunities for the Oasys ecosystem, and I think definitely we need to build a more a more open community for us to be connected, whether it's on the infrastructure level or on the individual game level, so that we can keep the momentum going and exchange thoughts. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for your comment, Wanli from Stellar. And I should have definitely mentioned that in the beginning, but aside from these 5 awesome judges, there is one more from Square Enix actually. And if you can speak, can you leave any comments to here? Hata-san?
Hi everyone. I'm a Square Enix, the General Manager of the Blockchain Entertainment Division. Our comment will support the Martin-san.
Yes.
日本語でここから喋りますので、よろしくお願いします。
了解です。And I'll do the translation.
すべてのプレゼンテーションお疲れ様でした。様々なちょっと技術を組み合わせたご提案、いろいろと楽しく拝見させていただきました。
Thank you for all the presentations. It was very interesting to see a combination of well, a lot of engineering and interesting projects.
どれもその組み合わせとしては非常に面白さはありつつも、そもそもの背景として解決したい強い課題意識みたいなところが前提にあったプレゼンテーションになるともっと良いのかなというふうに感じました。
The combination of engineering principles was interesting, but I feel that it would probably have been even more interesting when presenting the problems, the issues that all of these new technologies are trying to address.
Web3 なので今これから若い世代が時代を作っていくと思いますので、こういったハッカソンまた期待して参加できればなと思います。ありがとうございました。
Since it's Web3, it's sort of very young technology and something for the new generation to approach. And it's going to be very interesting to see what the future has to reserve for us. Thank you for everything.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so that concludes the first part of this hackathon. So, お疲れ様でした。So we are going to have a break until 5:30. So let's get started. ありがとうございました。Thank you.
Hi. Hello, everyone. So, yeah, thank you so much for the attending for the event today. And also, I think we have seen some great presentations, right, moving from all the finalists so far. So I hope you enjoyed the presentations and that there are some takeaways and learnings as well coming from the judges. So without further ado, we'll kickstart the second part of the day. And for the second part of the day, I would say this is where more of the learnings are to be shared from key opinion leaders across the Web3 industry. And just for the schedule itself, we'll be kickstarting the presentation, expanding Oasys ecosystem and its future. So I'll hand over my mic to the next person. Just give me a moment. Okay. 4 minutes. All right, great. So I think we'll have to wait for a little bit more, for about another 5 minutes before we proceed with the next segment. So just give it a while, and I'll come back to you. Hello. Hi everyone. Yeah, thank you for waiting. Yeah, apologies for the delay. So I think we are kind of getting ready to get started. Can I get the crowd to sit down, please, and then get ready for the session? Hello, guys. Yeah. Please take a seat, and then we'll get started with the next session. Thank you. Okay, great. So I think everyone's fully seated right now, so we'll begin anew, right, with a new session. So moving on, we'll be heading into the presentation by Oasys on the topic of expanding the Oasys ecosystem in the future. So without further ado, I'll hand my mic over to the next speaker. Thank you.
Hi guys. How was the hackathon in the presentation? And also, are you guys looking for the Tuna over there? So anyway, thank you for coming today. So I'm gonna have a brief presentation about the Oasys in direction and near future. So I need to use this. So we have 3 parts. So we have Oasys level 2. But level 2 is not completed yet. So I'm just gonna share the direction, how we're gonna grow the Oasys ecosystem and the value of the Oasys. And second two, number 2 is just kind of recap of what we share in Kyoto. Then third, so how will it be contribute? Will it contribute to the value of the Oasys? Second, so this is the architecture that we currently have. Then also the red characters represents what we are trying to add. This is a direction. Actually, Oasys level 1, the trust and also value was made by kind of huge gaming company and the communities, including you guys, Ubisoft, and like a Sega, Square Enix, Bandai, or lots of the gaming company were supported us in terms of the value creation of the Oasys layer 1. So then this is the Oasys level 1. Then in addition to that, we will focus on more value creation of the Oasys layer 1. So we will make history book of the gamers play. So game service itself will be terminated in some days, but record of the gamer play should be recorded, as the blockchain is a technology of to record the timestamp of someone's activities. So I think this is more important, the future of the gaming chain. So for example, if you're playing the one games, but some days the service will be terminated, but your record will be recorded in the layer 1 blockchain directly as a badge or a trophy or something like that. So this is the direction what we are focusing on. In addition to that, of course, we are focusing on interoperability of the NFT between games and the verse, and also the kind of standardization to realize UGC, including autonomous war. So those kind of value will be added on layer 1. So that's the direction of the Oasys layer 1. So keeping the value of the layer 1 is most important, as the lots of the other chains like Polygon, Avalanche is currently focusing on a layer 2 solution. For Avalanche, they're focusing on subnet plus AvaCloud. Polygon is currently focusing on the ZK EVM. So they're currently focusing. And also, their layer 1 is a general chain. So maybe we can take the position of the variable, the utility-specific chain as a gaming chain. So this is our strategy. Then, so we will try to partner with, making a partnership with a strong partner to realize, how can I say, easily, build of the layer two environment. So this is what we are currently going on direction what we are going to. So this is in a comparison, the Oasys level 1 and Oasys level 2. So as this is a recap. So Oasys trust and value is made by the strong partners, and also the Oasys token has been listed major exchange like OKX, Bybit, KuCoin, Gate, like that. Then so we also have realized the zero gas fee environment and the instant transactions. So other than that, we will add the essential value of the layer 1, and also we will make the instant customizable Oasys layer 2 setup environment. So that is the direction where we are going. So this is a recap. Lots of the content is coming, then including you guys, and also from all over the world. Currently, Japan is the most important market for for a Web3 game. Yeah, so as lots of the company all over the world is targeting Japanese market. Then, so the lots of the content is coming. This is the source, the power source, the contents, popularity of the contents is a power source. Then we need to transit the power of its popularity, the game contents to tokenomics power. So this is off-ramp, on-ramp solution, and also the the partnering with the existing the Japanese how can I say point system, or more smooth onboarding system to the crypto. It's very important. Maybe we will have the announcement about that later. Then the third one is amplifying. So this is about the real demand, actual demand of the the game contents. So using the power of the crypto, so we should leverage the actual demand. To be honestly speaking, 80%, almost all. Almost 80%, 90% of the crypto trading is leverage trading, and also it's made by the bot trading. So so somehow it's an amplifier. Then we need to access to those liquidity. So we need to make an amplifier. Then, but the source of the power itself, it's coming from the actual contents. So we are currently building one by one. So in last quarter, we announced lots of the contents it's coming in Oasys. Then we need to develop the environment to transit this popular contents power to tokenomics, token economics. Then in parallel, we are building the environment to amplify that the token economics power. So that's currently we are that's the direction where we are currently going. So, thank you. This is the presentation of the direction where Oasys is going. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. I hope there are some takeaways with respect to the developments around the Oasys Layer 1 chains. I think before I proceed to the next section, I'm seeing that the crowd is starting to come into the office for the event. Maybe just a little bit of introduction for those who don't know me. I'm basically from Amazon Web Services as a Web3 account manager and FinTech account manager as well, based in Singapore. And I think with respect to what Oasys has been doing, we are a very huge supporter of Oasys chain, and we're kind of excited by the kind of global partnerships that they are really making certain waves in Web3 gaming markets globally, as well as some of the startups that they have onboarded as well. And we had the pleasure of watching some of those finalists as well. Right? Awesome. So without further ado, let's move on to the next session, right? And this is a pretty cool keynote session for one of our key partners from today's event. So I would like to invite Adventure Gold DAO to be on the stage to give a keynote presentation as well. So yeah, calling Adventure Gold DAO. Right. Rounds of applause for everyone.
Okay, hey everyone, I'm Berchinat from the Adventure Gold DAO, and I'm going to talk about some autonomous world idea and talk about why Adventure Gold DAO is important in the autonomous world ecosystem. So I'm going to talk about 3 topics right now. First thing is that what is autonomous world? Maybe you guys know, but some of you guys doesn't really know about the concept, so I'm going to explain it. And what is Adventure Gold and Lootverse, and why Adventure Gold is matter in autonomous world ecosystem. So what is autonomous world? Simply put, autonomous world is a fully on-chain, open-source digital world where all logics and state is stored on a blockchain, developed and operated in a decentralized manner. So to give you some kind of a sense of the how and when this kind of narrative began, I prepared this kind of a timeline of the key event in an autonomous world narrative. But you don't have to go through everything, but I'm going to point out some of the big names here. So last year, August, Ludens, the guy named Ludens, he's actually a developer of the Ethereum Foundation. He was really onto the on-chain games. He found the lattice of the builder of the autonomous world engine, and then he published the article named Autonomous World. And that's the time that actually the concept of autonomous world is come to the world. And last year, September, GameWave's Park, the foundation of the backing this lattice, also run by the same guys, started the Autonomous World 2022 Winter Residency in London. So they get they hosted some kind of a residency program. They get like 40 builders with the 3 months, and they really experimenting a lot of things on on-chain gaming things. And end of the last year, A16JIT, one of the biggest crypto venture in the world, named AWS one of the top topics to watch in 2023. And this year, ETH Global, Autonomous World Hackathon, worldwide, it was a virtual hackathon, and then 1KX Ventures, also a global ventures, hosted the Autonomous World meetup in Lisbon. And July, Messari published some kind of a report about the autonomous world. Its name is a business benefit of the autonomous world report. And the reason why I'm just keep on mentioning about this kind of big name is that I just point out these kind of things, So these AW things may be not familiar with you, or maybe you can think this is a scammy, but it's not thing. It's not a thing. It's not a topic that just popped out of the nowhere. I'm not making this kind of narrative. And autonomous world is a result of the years of experiment and buildings. And those big names, I call it narrative makers, are echoing each other to build these boosting narratives. And I see that autonomous world can be a new frontier of the possibilities. So maybe you want to know, so what exactly different from the on-chain games and autonomous world? So put games in on-chain, that's autonomous world? Maybe you can think about that, but actually it is not. So I'm going to share my thought about the conditions, about how can we call, what we can call AW. So autonomous world should be autonomous. So it means that it should be able to survive without servers, companies, or core team. It should be sustained by itself. So autonomous world must accept the creation of the third parties permissionlessly. Everyone should be able to contribute the modding or creation or adding their plug into the world without permission. If they wanted to add, they can add. They should be add. So autonomous world should have minimum set of digital norms. Let us call it digital physics. So this kind of a minimum rules to keep world from crashing and falling apart, even though there's a lot of models and plugins keep coming. Then why we should pursue this kind of weird, vague goals? Why we should pursue these autonomous world narratives? Because this is what latest guy said. So autonomous world is not about putting games in the on-chain. It's about utilize the Ethereum network, which is the sovereign computing that humankind first have ever had. So this guy said tokens, NFTs, DAO, DeFi, this kind of things not the end game of the Ethereum. They said it's a mechanism to build beyond of that. So autonomous world is actually experiment to build the autonomous metaverse. That's what they said, and all the builders in autonomous world truly believe in this. So we know that there's some retail-driven market in autonomous world things, but we truly believe that this is something that we can try now because of the Ethereum network. So if the everything is going really well, really works out, we can see those kind of things. Like we can revolutionize the scalability issue for blockchain and DFs. We can push the limit forward. And we can encouraging the mass adoption because basically it's about the games or metaverse. And if we can make this kind of autonomous world really working, this should be the metaverse we mentioned from 5 years ago, that actually where assets, identity, and finance are all interoperable. But so far, to be honest, we got a support from the leg of the technical maturity and infrastructure. Of course, there's the Mud, Dojo, Argus, Curio, a lot of engine builders and world engines coming out, but still, we have a leg of this kind of a maturity. And as you can see, quality of the autonomous world, fully on-chain games are not really that great for the gamers. It's kind of nerdy. And also, we don't have enough builders. That's why we just keep on pushing with all the a foundation like Ethereum, Starknet, also working in Oasys, who's going to build the blockchain for the games. Then what's Adventure Gold DAO, and then what's the Lootverse? I'm pretty sure that most of you guys already know about the Loot NFTs. It's basically the text NFT consists of the 8 items of some kind of a Dungeon and Dragon style. And this is launched by 2021, and people echoing about this project because they saw that some possibility of the decentralized license about building this kind of a medieval fantasy ecosystem. So after the project launched, some KOLs and ARPA echoing this kind of tweets, and they gathered around the Twitter, and then they started to build some kind of a new project around it, even though it was just given the 8 items. Someone drew the picture of the items, and somebody just used the AI prompt to generate the pixel items, and someone drew some kind of a landscape so we can use in Loot NFTs. So somebody used the marketplace for the exchange the NFTs, that kind of thing. Someone built some avatar for the loot holders. So within just 5 days, they got more than 30 projects going on, fully community driven. Even Vitalik Buterin mentioned about the Loot project that maybe we can witness the future of the decentralized IP or some kind of storytelling. So we're going through the whole DeFi summer, NFT summer, and we're going down, but right now, still, the Loot is one of the biggest, project that decentralized way, having a community to build a decentralized way of this kind of a fantasy world. We got a lot of big projects. I'm sure you guys maybe heard about this kind of Lelems or Loot Survivor banners. They just keep building it. And AGLD is actually the governance token of the Lootverse. So actually, it designed as a governance token for Loot community. It's a pair launched, so he launched every Loot original holders. And because he learned by a DAO, they suggest some kind of a new token economics, like we can use AGLD to evolve into the incentive token to invite new users or builders into our Lootverse. Then the AGLD is right now is the backbone of the Loot economy and currency system. And the reason why I just keep on saying about autonomous world, even though I'm contributing in AGLD, is that because we are now really prioritizing about the open source and the community sovereignty. We truly believe about the autonomous world is our direction right now. So we committed to building an autonomous world within our own L2 chain, Loot chain. So we built community-driven L2 chain with the Caldera. It's based on OP stack. And we just keep on trying to build the infrastructure, toolings, and partnership with others so we can give more things to builders. So why is AGLD so important and doing something important in the future of the AW? It's because I believe that the heart of the AW is about the community-driven creation of the new world. So which means that the storytelling, the narrative, the IP itself should be also actively driven by the community, which is the decentralized IP, I say. So with that, only with that, I think that we can actually truly underpin the world with the autonomous world way. So I believe the loot and adventure gold is the best optimal nest for the creating autonomous world. You can get some narrative, you can get some storytelling, you can get some ideas, you can get some you can get a lot of builders, you can get a lot of users. So that's it for that, and I gotta say, Adventure Gold is really committed to building an autonomous world, so we're gonna keep on building this. So stay tuned for what you're doing for futures. Thank you.
All right, so yeah, thank you so much for the presentation by Adventure Gold DAO. So yep, so I understand that you guys are probably coming from Token 2049 as well. You're probably gonna be thirsty and hungry, so not to worry. There'll be food and drinks catered later. As you can see at the back there, we do have a couple of beer glasses as well, so knock yourself out if you want to get drunk and smash. Right? So great. Moving on to the next agenda. So we'll be looking at a panel session between 4 esteemed panelists. So I would like to invite the panelists onto the stage right now. So that will be AAG Ventures, Chain Guardians, Oasys, and of course me as the moderator from AWS. Right. All right, so as everyone settles in, I would like to give some time for the panelists as well to make the introduction. So there's a couple of new faces here. Guys, take some time, please make an introduction about yourself and maybe something exciting that you would like to share with the audience.
Hi guys. Hi guys, I'm Dominic. I'm in charge of BD at Oasys. Today was very fruitful, I think. It was amazing to see and meet all the teams that have amazing ideas for the Oasys ecosystem. As Ryo also presented earlier, I think we have a lot of exciting things that are coming up for the Oasys ecosystem. So stay tuned. And if you have games, if you have platforms, infrastructures, don't hesitate to talk to us. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jack. I'm CEO of AAG. So we're an operator of Sakuraverse, which is a layer 2 on top of Oasys. And yeah, we actually have quite a few exciting things this week, including the Sing Sing team back there. They're going to go live on Sakuraverse. We're also having Tomo 1 API, which is basically a gamification layer for any business, Web 2, Web 3. So that also will go live this week. And yeah, that's it.
Hello, hey guys. This is Aiden, aka NFT Professor. So I'm part of the Chain Guardians ecosystem. So Chain Guardians, we make blockchain superhero. Actually, this year we got the trademark in the United States for blockchain superhero. So over the past 5 years, we developed blockchain superhero for various different blockchain. I think we have 17 now. From Binance, Polygon, etc., Avalanche, etc. And of course, we also work with Oasys Games. We built one of the L2 verse. We have about 4 games right now. I think 1 or 2 more coming soon. So yeah, I think Oasys is definitely across all the L2 for us, the one that makes sense the most. It's also relatively, essentially frictionless for user onboarding. There's 1 or 2 other chain that kind of does the same, but they're definitely not there yet. So yeah, exciting to be part of this ecosystem. I think we had a lot of great presentation today. Yeah, looking forward to see more of you guys come on board Oasys.
All right, awesome. Thanks for the introduction. So I think everyone here knows me as the guy and the account manager for fintech Web3 startups from AWS. I was a former degenerate back in 2016 when I was running a couple of ICO projects with friends and also colleagues as well, running together with 2Byte Consulting, which is a 5-man strong team back then. And then I slowly got involved into things that are regulatory. So the Payment Services Act was part of our contribution via Access Blockchain Singapore that became the foundation for the crypto DPT license. It took us about 2 to 3 years before finally we got approved by MAS. And and we followed most of these guidelines from FATF, in fact, from the Financial Action Task Force. So that's just a little background, something I want to share with everyone, right? So without further ado, let's go on to the panel topic. So I think first things first, in terms of the pitching, in terms of the projects that we have seen today, what were some of the things that impressed you? And what were some of the things that struck you the most? So I'll leave it to the panelists to answer.
So I think, first of all, I think we really saw a breadth of various different project topic title. Obviously all the hot topic these days, AI, ZKP, but we also saw a lot of stuff that we've been thinking about for a very long time, which is, how do I automate a payment? How do I create an infrastructure that can pretty much automate the, taking the funds, keeping within a decentralized, sustainable ecosystem. So yeah, all of that I think is very, very good progress, and then coming up into the whole Oasys ecosystem, but also the interoperability. Like, how do I compose multiple different NFT into a brand new IP, and how do I use that? So yeah, definitely saw a lot of a good project today, and going to be very exciting for seeing them coming on board in Oasys in the next hope this year or maybe next year or two.
Yeah, for me it's the same as well. I think the use of AI is in many creative ways, right? I think that will speed up a lot of development for games and just experience as well. Because I mean, one game can start one way, but it can potentially even evolve into something else, right? Let's say you launch a game for 1 or 2 years, then after that you can now collectively, or the community come together and say, hey, let's just change the model, and I think you can use the AI to turn one game to another game, and there's a lot of exciting idea out there.
For me, it was amazing to see all the new projects who are very much in line with our next focus, which is I guess Web 2.5, autonomous worlds, UGC, and some kind of a betting, which makes everything so fun, right? So it was great to meet the games that were very much in line with our own next big things. So it was great. Yeah.
Right, thanks. I think personally for myself as well, I've seen these projects, and I think one of the cool also things are some of the innovation that goes into these projects. To be honest, I'm going to be frank, right, over here, I'm not very familiar with autonomous worlds, not at least until today, right, when I'm given a crash course through that. The only reason that probably back then autonomous worlds will resonate with me is because if you put AW and you put S at the end, it becomes AWS. So that's the only thing, that's the only thing that probably resonates with me. So I think, yeah, that's pretty awesome to hear. So I think based on the comments as well, I think based on the projects, perhaps like, based on these projects itself, like what are some of the advice that you would like to give to aspiring developers or aspiring founders who would like to participate in Web3 gaming?
So yeah, I think there's certain area that I think it's just been repeated by everyone in the industry, right? Interoperability is one, but one thing I would say, I would like to encourage the use beyond skin or just skill tree, for example, right? Like, what else can you really do with interoperability when you transfer from, let's say, one game to another game, or maybe even from the game to real world, right? So I think there's different ways to think, and as you can see, there's a lot of backlashes on NFT, especially from the West, right? So now, like, what would be the most optimal and most efficient way to bring in the community so that they can accept Web3, right? Because until then, I don't think we can go mainstream. So I think it will be an exciting area and a lot of discussion going on in the near future.
Yeah, I'll kind of add to that since our team developed blockchain games in 2016, had the first title in 2017. I think the struggle that we always had was how much stuff do I put on chain? Because in our first game, we had pretty much all the data on chain. Was actually back in the we also had a partner, some of you guys may remember, called Ethercraft. I think that was probably like the first version of Autonomous World, which, you have all your dungeon items, everything on there. You can do an auto dungeon. So now the advice I guess I want to give to all the new developers is be more brave on using the blockchain. Because back in the days, we're like, if I put all this on the blockchain, once ETH gas become expensive, I'm gonna put my game out of business because no one's gonna spend. I remember like there was a game which I literally spent like $20 per transaction to do a battle between like two monsters. Yeah, and then obviously became not sustainable. So, but now with the recent, I would say year or two, you have so many different, L1 chain, L2 chain, roll-up chains now coming to maturity. So really try to use them more. So a little bit more than just, my NFT as, what's make a blockchain game, but put your data also on the blockchain. Every single counter, if you have, any Web2 game, your, the diamonds you buy, your security should be based on the blockchain. So do explore more than just NFT, because then that's going to open up a lot more interoperability, not just at the NFT trading layer, but also at the data layer as well. Yeah.
And just quickly add to that as well, I think being upfront with your player base is probably good as well. And I mean, there was this project, I forgot the name now, but where a bunch of influencers come together to essentially create a game together, right? But because they didn't tell that user base that it's NFT based, even though one of their founders left because of that. So I think, hiding it is potentially one way to really get users to experience what the game can be. But I think being upfront and really make things work properly and make sure the experience is good is more important.
I would rather step back and focus more on what is happening in the bigger picture. I think the next bull market, which we are all waiting for, don't get excited, we don't know when, but the next bull market is going to be looking very much different from previous bull markets. It's going to be, how can I say, we are going to see winners who play very much differently from previous bull markets. And one criteria could be regulations going forward. Right now, every country is working on new regulations. I think the founders going forward will have to learn very hard how to cope with the newly coming regulations, and also start working with bigger corporates who will also help them to actually make an impact going forward.
Yeah, thank you, because as part of we've been involved in many different blockchain. One of the things I really like about the Oasys ecosystem is there's a lot of stuff that they're doing as a group across all the verses. For example, our support with DAP Radar. It's pretty much across the board. For me in the past, it's like, I tried to talk to the DAP Radar team, but it's kind of like one project at a time. But this time you have this overall support. Marketplaces, we have Tofu NFT, just pretty much come to all of us. Because, when we were working with OpenSea back in like 2019, I think when they started, it was literally like, me talking to Alex, the CMO, like one-on-one to say, oh, can you support this? And then after a while, when they become bigger, it becomes very hard to, hey, can you support this? But now this time, because you guys are supporting across all the verses, so all of my games, like either our own games or our partner game, all get to come at the same time. So very well supported versus the other chain, which you have to go find your own marketplace. You have to figure out, how do I get on OpenSea? How do I get on this? So if in that sense, I think that having that support from a corporate layer and picking that right chain for gaming just makes a lot of sense.
Great, so awesome insights, right? So I think with respect to this, I kind of concur, and I would like to summarize the points. So I think be brave, number one, especially for aspiring developers and founders. Put more things on the blockchain. Of course, I think know the value that you're looking at in terms of your target users as well. Who are your target users? And I think lastly, with respect to regulatory, I think changes in this world, rather in the future, while we're awaiting the bull market, there's definitely something to keep an eye out for. So I think in this case, right, I kind of want to switch it up a bit and kind of make this a little bit more interesting and exciting. So in this case, like, what are some of the lessons that we can take from the Web2 gaming world, and how relevant are these lessons to the Web3 world?
I think there's many different cycles, right? When you go from because even in Web2 world, the business model has evolved many times. So I think there's definitely a way to make Web3 works. We just need to learn from the lesson from the past, and I think anyone say, right? I think you just need to be brave and come up with a new idea and experiment and, I mean, play test the hell out of it, right? Or get community involved early, because like if you go and work in your like garage for like a year and then come out, you might not even be working on the right idea. So I think really just get everyone involved up front. And I think these days what a lot of community really look for is to get involved very early. And as you can see, there's a lot of developers who go on YouTube, right? They do their devlog. And there's people who love to discover all these new ideas early, giving feedback. And for me as well, I actually subscribe on Patreon on a lot of NFT haters, so that I can actually talk to them once a month. It was like, hey, I have this idea, is that cool, right? Because if you can actually come up with some idea, and it doesn't matter if they disagree with you, right? Because then you keep iterating until you find that happy medium where like, okay, that sounds like it could work, I don't know if it will work or not, but at least, I mean, having all this open discussion, it's actually very, very helpful.
Yeah, so I'll touch a little bit. I think, first of all, the issue we see with a lot of Web2 games, because we talk to a lot of current mobile Web2 games, is definitely the issue with security. Except several of the title, most title is client only, so which means although they do save game, but it's based on that particular client. Because most of them, they're not interoperable, which means you don't take the value earned in one game and transition to another. So they actually don't care if one user application memory tempered and change to have, hey, I have 1 million gold. Doesn't really matter. It doesn't really hurt their business model as long as they're not trading. Now, because in blockchain game, you're trying to earn, you're trying to trade, so all of a sudden this becomes very important. So I think, major lesson learned from Web 2 is, don't take the shortcut. Make sure you have the security. And now to solve that, because natively, Web 3, if you put everything, on the ledger, in the public ledger, blockchain, then it actually, solve that problem already. Yeah, so I think that's kind of the main takeaway. Then, which leads to, in Web 3, heavily about interoperability, because each of the game that we make, it's always like, oh, I have this. Now, can I work with another Web 3 community? Because they have user, I have user. Now, if I can also read their NFT and to support it, all of a sudden it's become this very interoperable. We have a big pool of NFT games. So you created all this, like literally you could have a developer, which you don't even need any of your own IP, just plugging all this IP and be able to have a interoperable game. So I think that's, obviously we had that in the past. I think you're going to see more and more of that coming out. Yeah.
Well, in my opinion, I think the biggest lesson that Web3 developers should take into consideration is UX. When you want to play a game on your smartphone, iPhones, or Galaxy, it's so easy. You only need to tap 2 or 3 times just to start playing the game. But it's what it lacks in Web3 world at the moment. That's why I'm so excited to, speak to not just game companies, but also the infrastructure providers who are greatly contributing to enhance the user experience in general, and also the payment experience and all that. And games are very, very hard to make it successful. You don't know really. I think less than 3% of the games that are produced or launched every year could be moderately successful. And I heard from another guy earlier, this year, globally, only 3 Web2 games recouped their development budgets. That's how hard it is to actually make a game successful. And before even discussing, what games could be successful, I think strengthening the infrastructure itself and making everything so convenient for the users to even try out could be very much important. Yeah.
Yeah, great answers. So I think I would like to point to the story of Baldur's Gate 3, right? So I mean, any of you currently playing Baldur's Gate 3? So if you are looking to play with someone, you can just hook me up later. I would love to play with you multiplayer online. So so the story about Baldur's Gate 3, I mean, how they go about being so successful to the point that they were criticized by the Web2 game developers. It's, they were iterating, constantly curating, and there was a time period where I think it was over a 1-year period where they had early access for the retail users.
And based on the feedbacks, they actually iterated based on that and created a game that everyone loved, to this date. And to the point that developers are complaining about the high standards and benchmarks that they have set. So yeah, so I think this is one great lesson, one great takeaway, and thank you so much for the insights with respect to that. Yeah, being a passionate gamer myself. Right, so we move on to the next topic, right? So I think one of the topics that we kind of like everyone wants to know, but at the same time we do not know, is what is needed to make waves in a Web3 game field. So what are some of the, I would say, special traits or some of the things that perhaps maybe from the panelist point of view, right, that you have seen that will make this project go, oh wow, I would love to invest in that project?
Yeah, I'll start. I think it's definitely, talk to people about tokenomics, because I think most of the project, you're going to have your NFT, you're going to have your token. So I think it's, iterate that through, because there's a lot of, VCs out there, probably some of you guys sitting here. Just talk to people. Like, does it work? Because everyone have different experience. So when I create something, I'm going to be referring to the other founders as well. As like, hey, does this tokenomic work? Did you, does this not work before? Because definitely, other than creating the game, you now are kind of like running your own economy. So of course, then go back and look at what didn't work or what worked in the past based on other games and kind of learn from that. I think that's that lesson learned is very important. But other than that, is like, don't give up. Like, just keep building. Like when the bull market come, so we went through 3 wave and we had multiple projects. We were lucky that we were already building that space. By the time it's bull market, we just happened to be there. So like, just don't give up and say, oh, it's a bear market. The market's not there. But it will take time to what I think it's, you kind of have your traditional, I kind of think about like your front end, right? Your UI, your back end, your database, and you have the blockchain pillars. All of a sudden, there's something new. You really need to take time to develop, to include that in the whole ecosystem. So I guess in short, keep building. The time will come. So soon, hopefully, the next bull market.
Personally, I'm betting on, I'm not literally betting, but
how much?
I'm betting on betting, yeah.
20 Bitcoins.
Games, yeah. I think it's going to be a very big thing in the next 1 or 2 years. If you actually see the entire industry in different countries, for example, like jockeys, horse racing, or what else? Dog racing even. In casino, they are way bigger than the entire gaming industry, and this has really good synergy with Web3 blockchain technologies, because it provides a transparency, and also it makes payment very much transparent and also instant. So it has a really good compatibility with Web3 technologies, and it even makes, betting actually, it makes everything so fun, even rock, scissors, paper, fun. So it's going to be the next big thing in my opinion, and I think we should be more creative in a way that we could, attract that big market into Web3 adoption. Yeah.
Yeah, for me, I actually don't really know what would be the next wave, but I think we'll start seeing a lot of games with really high quality coming out. Like, I bet you guys been at APGA earlier with that demo day. There's quite a lot of really good looking games with really good mechanics. And I mean, and like Ivan said as well, there's a lot of thought process going through with tokenomics, right? Because the thing that's very hard about Web3 game is that even if you have really good game and you have bad tokenomic design, people will leave. Right, so it's become even harder than like the success rate in Web2 game. So I think from that perspective, you have to really think twice on like, okay, maybe you go with the game first and launch the token later. So there's a different strategy, and there's definitely a lot of new games that's coming out. I think Genopet is the one that's coming out in about a week or 2 on that main game. And the way it works for that case is that they separate out the Web2 and Web3 users, right? So Web2 users on their mobile game, they just play as if it's Web2 games. But then instead of having all these microtransactions transacting between them and the company, it go against the Web3 users who basically love to farm material and craft all these things, right? So that's another model that we can take a look into. So if that turns out to be successful, then we have one model to go and follow. So I think really just watch out for some of the key players in the space and really learn from them.
To kind of, through the conversation, I kind of thought of another, I think, very interesting thing is the way that your company development makes money, right? Web3 enable you multiple new things. Traditionally, you're doing subscription, or you buy an item. But what Web3 allows you, well, first of all, you can sell NFT. Second of all, you have a new token. And thirdly, if you sell an NFT, there's a huge secondary volume, right, that can come through. And for your NFT, you can now make a community out of it, which have a lot of other, access and tangibility. So really think of it like, because yes, we are kind of doing Web3, but we understand this whole Web 2.5, either Web3 project making better games to become Web 2.5, or Web 2 games say, okay, I can add an NFT to become Web 2.5. But either ways, I think you can look at it as really the next, although it's the next evolution, but you can still do across the board, right? Because still consider, yes, you might have some Web 2 player that want to just use a traditional subscription model, but now you could also do NFT. So why not take advantage of that extra ways to be able to, make money so that you can develop an even better app? Yeah. So.
Great, awesome. So I think with respect to that, I think everyone kind of want to know, right? In Asia right now, being in Singapore, across Southeast Asia, and Japan, Korea, India, China, what are some of the opportunities that you are currently seeing right now in the Web3 gaming market?
Maybe I'll start a little bit between like what I think of. I don't think it's exactly Asia versus North America, but you do have a distinction between the higher spending countries and the country which could literally make a living by playing the games. But then you also you slice that and say, okay, sure, I have the play to earn. People would borrow the NFT in order for you to play to earn. Then you have the collectors, which are just buying a lot of that collectors NFT. So I think it's going to be a combination of both. So which means you're really, again, back to the Asia versus, because I think you tend to think a lot more the Asian countries, some of them are, more players, but they don't spend as much, and then you have more of the collector. But I think it's, that slowly is going to it's going to be like more of a spectrum. So although, Asia side, you're more, which is where Oasys stand out, is because it's gasless. You don't have to spend anything. But at the same time, you will see with the interoperability ability, one of the big projects these days is Layer 0, allowing you to move your NFT between chains. So if you can mint and play everything on low-cost chain, then move that back to where, let's say back to ETH, where you can actually sell it for very high value, then all of a sudden you're like, okay, so yeah, obviously I can pick Oasys to do all my, minting and all the games, and eventually then I can still sell it on the ETH chain. So I think with a lot of infrastructure now becoming mature, you will see that interoperability between, essentially East meet West, but, with a different tier of higher spending collectors to the people that just want to play to earn. So I think there's going to be that connecting the gap through these tech and infrastructure.
Yeah, I think infrastructure is an interesting area. Like this morning, for example, I was talking to a company that can enable any game to have an esports feature, like tournament bracket, all that within the game, right? Like Dominic said, betting is going to be the next big thing potentially. So buying allow people to compete and allow side betting on all these results, I think it could be really good. And I mean, at AAG as well, because we're an infrastructure company, right? We see a lot of demands on the UX, or even just in general, cutting down the development costs. Like for us, we have an SDK that allow any mobile app to become a wallet within like hours, right? Because all the features are provided with on-ramp, off-ramp, and swap. And I think we just cut down time so that developer can focus on what matters, which is the game itself, right? While the infrastructure taken care of, or like when you come to Oasys ecosystem, basically all the services are there with NFT Marketplace, with the DEX, with everything, and everyone's helping each other. That's why I think Oasys ecosystem work, because I mean, we're not really competing against each other, even though we on both have L2, right? We have each other on the tech side, and as our ecosystem growing, and because Oasys is very well focused on gaming, right? I think we're just gonna keep inventing together.
Yeah, personally, I don't think there is such thing as Asian market. I mean, all these Asian countries are all fragmented. They all have different rules. They hate each other. And
except if you're in NFT, right? Then you love each other, right?
But if you actually think about it, I mean, if you see the entire Asian market, 60% of the global population live here. And depending on which country, there are lots of good creators, game developers. There are also, huge traders, speculators as well. Some countries offer users, players with high ARPU as well. And some people actually, some countries also offer, huge player base even. So as Oasys, I think, we are actually approaching different markets with different criteria, like whether there are game developers, like larger game developers, whether there is a very mature gaming infrastructure, whether there are paying players, whether there are non-paying players even. They're also very important because they are the ones who actually play with the ones who pay, right? So we're approaching different markets with different criteria and different priorities. So in the end, Asia will be the region that we will have to focus on going forward. But I just want to mention that every country, even in Asia, is all different.
Yeah, great. So I really like that last point, right, regarding how each country has their own unique individuality and how different each markets are from each other. So yeah, unfortunately we come to the end of the panel session. So I would like to say thank you to all the panelists for coming today. If you guys want to network with them, they'll be around during the networking event later as well around here. So yeah, thank you guys for speaking.
Thank you, and thank you for everyone for coming in and listening. Welcome you again to Oasys ecosystem.
Thank you, everyone.
Cool. All right, so so I can understand that perhaps everyone's getting a bit restless right now. I understand you've been walking around Token 2049, probably tired. So we're going to go for a short break at the moment. So the break from now until 7. Oh, until 6:10. Yeah, just about 6:50. Sorry, until 6:50. Please take a break. The toilet's over there. The beer glasses are over there as well if you want to consume beer. Food is coming very soon. And if you need anything, feel free to approach any of us. All right, so we see you later at 6:50 for the next session. Thank you.
Oh,
Sorry, I think we're about to start. I think we're about to start soon. Yeah, everyone's waiting. Yeah. All right, all right. Just a few more seconds before we start. Please have a seat. Thank you. Okay, great. So we're nearing almost to the end of the session. Before we go to the exciting, surprise for everyone right here. So without further ado, let's go on to the next part of the session, which is only a couple of minutes anyway, so no worries. Firstly, we would like to do a winner announcement, but before I do the announcements, I would like to invite all the judges to be on the stage with me. Yeah. Cool, great. So we're about to release the winner announcements for the Hackathon finalists today. So yeah, I'll pass on the mic and just make a little bit of an introduction about yourself, if everyone don't know you yet, and then after that, just announce the winner afterwards. Okay?
So I'm going first. Anyone want to go first? No, it's okay. So pleased to meet you and thanks for the event. So I'm Didier. I'm working at Ubisoft as a Web3 technical director. And yes, and am I supposed to announce the winner now? Yeah, okay. So the winner is Restless. And yes, we are very interested and excited regarding their project and the interoperability they want to achieve and all the UGC content, the ability for players to build their own content. And yes, congratulations, and congratulations to all other projects also. It was very, very exciting.
Hey guys, so I'm Aiden, aka NFT professor from Chain Guardian. So we do run an L2 called Chainverse under Oasys. So this year we are, thank you for Dominic for inviting us to be part of the judge panel. Yeah, so I think there was a lot of project this year. I think even not just the people that presented today, but we went through and looked at a lot of other submissions. So there was definitely a lot of various different submissions. At the end, the three finalists that we actually looked at, I think all of them had something very interesting, but I think the one that has the highest potential to go to market is Yield Kings for us. So congratulations if that team is here, over there. Thank you. I think you guys are doing a wonderful job and looking forward to seeing you guys as part of Oasys as well.
Hi, okay. All right, my name is Jack. I'm a co-founder and CEO of AAG, also an operator for Sakuraverse. So the winner from our track is Tomo One Happy Cat. So the project is involved around AI and also ability to essentially turn any NFT to be part of the game. So one of the submissions was around first-person shooting, and also AI application where you can basically put any personality to any AI characters. So I thought it was interesting because the future of AI, I think, is going to be bright for game development, right? It helps speed up development. It also can help games to evolve, so it does not just basically stay as it might start one way, it might end somewhere else, right? As it interact with more and more user base, And that was one of the reasons, basically, that why we picked them as a winner.
Hi everyone, this is Wang Li. I'm from Seller Network. We're the only current bridging solution supporting the Oasys ecosystem and have brought a set of blue chip tokens from external chains so that the Oasys system can basically build DeFi and all kinds of dApps based on those different assets. So for the winner from our track, we would also kind of lean towards Yale King Z because they kind of like solves the issues with a lot of the casino games that we are seeing, whereas we're seeing like how to balance like very skilled users as well as like users who are more casual players by assigning like different gameplays into like a one-day rolling system. So I can see there are skill-based games, there are also chance-based games. I think that's a good combination so that different users or gamers can have their own preferences in the entire ecosystem, in the entire system. So I'm really looking forward to your future updates on the Oasys ecosystem as well. Thank you.
Hey guys, I'm Borishna from the Adventure Core DAO, and the winner of our track is the Copy Word. I don't think they're here right now, but anyway, we've been looking into their project also, and then I think this kind of large language model into the game storytelling system is really brilliant idea because AWS anyway should be sustainable itself. It should have some kind of a sovereignty. So it's not possible to be done by only humans. So maybe this is where AI kicks in. So I'm really glad that we could see these kind of a new projects coming up to the loot chain, and then I hope these guys can work with us for more new outcomes. Thank you.
Okay, understood. So do I announce?
So imbalance in queues.
Okay, do I announce?
I don't know.
Okay, I'll announce it. Okay. All right, great. Yeah, sorry about that. A little bit of minor difficulties there. So I think from Oasys and AWS track, I would like to announce the first 3 places. So first place, from third place, sorry. From third place will be Imbalance. So Imbalance, if you're around, where's the team? Okay, I guess. Oh, okay. Hi. Whoopsie. So for second place, we have you Kings as well. So you Kings, round of applause. And for first place, we have O Games. So, all right. So we have announced the winners already. So we'll be receiving your prizes. Probably no from the sponsors. So yeah, I would like to invite the judges to sit back, and then I'd like to invite lastly the winners to be on the stage with me right now. So you Kings, O Games. Sorry, Imbalance, you can't be on the stage, but it's fine. Winners, please come on the stage. Hello. All right, so let's give an opportunity to each of the winners. Come here. That's fine. Yeah, I would like to give an opportunity to each of these projects to give a brief description about the project. So Imbalance, yeah, go ahead, man. Start first.
This event, and we want to express our deep gratitude to the organizer and the judge for giving us the opportunity to showcase our game product. Yeah, every member of our team is incredibly passionate about gaming, and our project founder have been involved in blockchain industry since 2017, participating in various crypto projects and trading. So in 2021, when we witnessed the rise of blockchain gaming, it wasn't just about chasing wealth. It was about addressing the current state of blockchain gaming paired with shadow game and Ponzi schema. This wasn't our vision for blockchain gaming. What we want was blockchain gaming that are not only fun, but also of high quality, capable of competing with traditional games. Games with healthy in-game economy and that doesn't rely on constant external injection of resources. So at the end of 2021, we had a couple of big questions on our minds. First, would blockchain disappear? Would blockchain game fade into obscurity? We were pretty sure the answer is to this question was solid no. Then we asked ourselves another question: could we create a game that we're truly proud of? The game to that one was resounding yes. And we believe in our technical skill, and we believe had a deep understanding of gaming. So we decided to leave behind the title, stocks, and option we have earned in big company, and go all in on a completely new venture. We are determined to lower the bar for getting into blockchain gaming, so more players can experience the magic of blockchain. In the end, our love for gaming runs deep from our hearts. By the way, just to mention, we need to web traffic and the folks with marketing know-how. That's it. Thank you all.
All right, so give a round of applause to Imbalance. Great, awesome. Okay, cool. We'll move on to the next winner.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate winning our track. Thank you, everyone, for that vote. So we provide a UGC automated game-ready asset pipeline that allows creators to automatically create and sell their assets across the entire Ubiverse. That is where we're aiming to get to with infinite composability and portability. And I would like to thank everyone who's participated in our journey today, especially our partner, which is Restless, who has been an amazing partner across the entire journey, as well as a big thank you to my team, and thanks for making all of this possible. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I'd like to thank for this opportunity to participate in such a great competition. And throughout this course, we learned a lot, and we get a lot of good feedbacks and some concerns while we're doing this project. And we had a strong belief that our team was sort of stuck together. We threw out all the barriers and all of that negativity and all that. And we're really proud as a team to somewhat we became in this place that, you know, in this strong competition. And we're definitely gonna, make some huge impact on the market with our social casino product. And I would like you to having some attention for our product that for next year. We're targeting to launching within a few months, but everything's ready. So yeah, we'll be there. Thank you.
Thank you, Oasys. Thank you, sponsors. Never thought I'd win, so I didn't prepare a speech. But we're very bullish on Oasys. ogames.gg is a gaming platform built specifically for Oasys games to discover quality titles and play these games and share your experiences with others. So thank you for the prize, and thanks for coming. Go Oasys.
Actually pretending. Yeah, great. So yeah, we come to almost to the end of the session, right? So I would like to release you guys back to the networking. So, but stay tuned because while we're waiting for the sushi buffet brigade to be ready, then yeah. Sorry. Oh, Gabby. All right. Sorry, there's one more one more pitch by Gabby. He just came back. All right, Gabby.
Yeah, don't worry. I'll just make it short. Again, thank you for having us. What we do, we're building a fully AI-generated autonomous world running through on-chain prompts. Okay, so the whole world is generated by AI. All the characters, all the scenarios are generated through user-generated prompts. And all of the prompts, they run on-chain, right? And the whole system interact within the whole system run on large language models through system prompts. So again, it's quite an innovative idea, and we got quite inspired by a lot of AI pioneers as well. And we wish that we could also become a pioneer and inspire all the others. And our beta will be launching next week, so that will be very soon. Stay tuned. Thank you.
All right, that was surprising. Okay, great. Sorry. So I'll release you guys back to networking. Just take note that the tuna cutting session will be ready in about a minute or so. So yeah, the tuna cutting session is over there. Everyone.